order so that we have a roll call, and they will be followed by the pledge by maybe Councilman Orpresa and let's see, and a prayer by Carlos. Councilman Marujo, please, if that's all right.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, so clerk will call the roll.
Counselor Johnson?
Here.
Counselor Oropesa?
Here.
Counselor Moore?
Here.
Counselor Cavan is absent today. Counselor Corn?
Here.
Counselor Cortez?
Present.
Counselor Hildebrand?
Present.
Counselor Marujo?
Here.
Counselor Arnold? Present. Counselor Halverson?
Here.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Okay, we have a quorum with one absent. Okay, so we have a quorum. Now, if we'll have the pledge, if we'll please rise for the pledge of the invocation.
Ladies first.
Okay.
First prayer first. Father God, we come before you and give you all glory and honor. Thank you for allowing us to be here. Also bless the people that came in to be here, Father God. We ask you to bless our government, nationwide, statewide, and citywide, Father God. We ask you to bless our military, Father God, bless our police officers, our ambulance service, and our firefighters, Father God. We give you all glory and honor for this day. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well, good evening. If we're real verbose, you'll miss the baseball games and you'll miss all the Roswell High Goddard volleyball game. You'll hear a lot. If you talk real quick, we can get out of here at a reasonable time. So, it's all up to you. Everybody can perform however they choose, but, it's pretty important, that volleyball. The rest of it will go on next year anyway, so. All right, and I would like to say one thing, if anybody hasn't noticed. This is the first time in many, many moons that we've seen Counselor Corn without a club or a stick that he walks around to poke people with. So it's nice to have that. I hope if somebody yells fire, there'll be somebody that stays and helps him out. So we gotta kind of work through that.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I'll try to move this meeting along.
Okay, so we have approval of the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to approve the agenda for August 9th, 2025, regular city council meeting with the following changes. Move item 26 to be heard before item 18.
That's item 26 before 18. Okay, and that is because we have some people that are on East Coast time, so. Do you have a motion? Is there any objection?
Need a second.
Do we have a second? Second. Councilman Corn, a motion second, any further discussion? Seeing none, clerk, call the roll.
Counselor Johnson?
Yes.
Counselor Oropesa?
Yes.
Counselor Moore?
Yes.
Counselor Corn?
Yes.
Counselor Cortez?
Yes.
Counselor Hildebrand?
Aye.
Counselor Marujo?
Yes.
Counselor Arnold? Yes. Counselor Halverson?
Yes.
Okay, so we've approved the agenda. Now we have for approval of the consent agenda, Counselor Halverson.
No, I'll take it,
Are you
Mr.
gonna do that?
Mayor.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm the
Counselor
stand-in.
Hildebrand.
I'm the stand-in today.
What are you looking like?
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I have moved to approve the consent agenda as amended.
Your
The consent
second.
agenda was not amended.
Now the consent agenda.
I move to just approve the consent agenda
We have a
for
motion
October 9, 2025.
by Councilman Hildebrand, second by Councilman Opesa, is that you?
No,
Councilman
Moore.
Councilman Moore. Who did, somebody say second down there?
Councilman Moore.
Oh, Councilman Moore, okay. That's what I thought somebody did.
There you go.
Any further discussion?
Yes.
Seeing none?
Well, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, I have an issue with an item on the consent agenda.
Okay, would you, which item is it, please?
I'd like to move item 17 to off the consent. To 17.
16.
I'd like to move item 16 off the consent.
Is it 16 or 17?
Item 16.
So then it would go down and be an item under regular action.
Yep,
So we would move to after number 26.
yep.
Is there any, is there a motion, is there a second?
Was it just a motion?
I don't think it takes, it doesn't take a motion.
Doesn't take a second for,
No,
to
it's
remove it?
we have to vote.
Okay, okay, it's been requested.
It automatically goes on to the regular agenda.
It was on this regular agenda.
Okay. Okay, next, we're back on the regular motion is, with item 17 being gone, we have a motion by Councilman Hildebrand. Any further discussion?
Mr. Mayor, was that item 16 or item 17?
16.
Thank you,
Item 16.
Item 16.
thank you.
Okay. Okay, so we have a motion to approve the consent agenda with item 16 being placed on the regular agenda. So, is there any further discussion? Seeing none, clerk call the roll.
Counselor Johnson?
Yes.
Counselor Odubesa?
Yes.
Counselor Moore?
Yes.
Counselor Corn?
Yes.
Counselor Cortez?
Yes.
Counselor Hildebrand?
Aye.
Counselor Marujo?
Yes.
Counselor Arnold? Yes. Counselor Halverson?
yes,
By a vote of 9 in the affirmative, none in the negative, the item is, and the consent agenda has been approved. Okay. So now we have to go to item
Item
26.
26. Do we do 26 or do we do 16?
Well,
16 will go first, will it not?
I don't think it matters except.
They just switched.
We moved item 16 to be heard before, item. That's correct.
So they just switched
We
it.
didn't say.
Chapter
Just
45
switched.
is what I'm seeing.
26.
Yeah, so it'll go before 25. Before
We had
16
it-
will go before 25.
Before 25?
16 is before 25, but didn't we also have a motion to move item
26.
26.
26 to the,
Behind 17.
behind 17, is that the way the motion was? So item 26 is the item we're on now. We're on item 26. And that's approval for the budget adjustment. No, sorry, wrong one. Approval for the New Mexico Historical Air Museum. Item 26 on your calendar today.
That's what
Okay, so on that,
Mr. Mayor.
yeah, if, well, my book just comes apart. Okay. Okay, for item 26, item 26, it's, item 26 is approval of the New Mexico Historical Air Museum entered into a 3-year lease beginning with October 1st, 2025, ending in September 30th, 2028, for a land parcel in Roswell Industrial Air Center. Councilman Hildebrand.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that we approve the New Mexico Historical Area Museum to enter into a 3-year lease beginning October 21, 2025 and ending September 30, 2028.
So we have a motion by Councilman Hildebrand, second by Councilor Johnson. Okay, and is there, okay, who wants to go with the lease? To explain it, Mr. Hess, or you want, or
Take one, pass.
are you gonna explain it?
I think, we got something
Okay.
coming along, yes.
He's online.
Okay. Okay,
What is-
and who do we have online?
Mr. Dick Nimster's on.
Oh, Dick, okay. Now, anybody who doesn't know Mr. Mittinger, he had a number of years in the New Mexico House of Representatives, and he was also, I believe he was on the Judiciary Committee, but he was also the tax secretary for the state of New Mexico for a number of years. He is, he's very well known, and his abilities were beyond question when he was in the legislature. Very fine individual. Okay,
He's on it.
Mr. Dick, are you there?
I'm here. I don't know whether I'm muted or not. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, members of the City Council. I appreciate the invitation. I always enjoy talking about this project that I'm working on because it's an opportunity, it seems to me, for everybody involved to come out happy. My name's Dick Mensner. I'm an attorney with the Rohde Law Firm in Albuquerque. I thought I was going to be joined tonight by the in-house counsel for the museum, but I think she has not signed on yet. So I will, in any event, go ahead and talk a little bit about this project, then I'll be happy to take questions if the committee has any. As most of you probably know, the New Mexico Historical Air Museum is an organization, it's a nonprofit, it's a New Mexico nonprofit, and we are seeking to build a museum adjacent to the airport in Roswell on land, privately owned land that's actually in the county, not in the city. But we do need the city's help in one particular area. Our project is designed to have out-of-service airplanes displayed on museum property adjacent to the southeast corner of the airport. The city has been very helpful so far. We have had particularly good relations with the airport authority, Robbie Thompson. We've had very good relations with the city attorney. City attorney, of course, is Hess Eintema. And of course, we wouldn't have gotten this far with the project without the help of Mayor Jennings. We've also had surprisingly good relations with the FAA. They have been helpful and accommodating of the things we wanted to do. Of course, the FAA gets concerned anytime something is going on airport or adjacent to the airport. But the project itself has two parts. One is the building of the building and constructing of the museum outside the airport on land that's within the county and not the city's jurisdiction. That's privately owned, and it's land that has been purchased in order to accommodate this this project. The project is going to display airplanes that have flown since World War II throughout the subsequent decades. They are going to be civilian airplanes and not military. The part that we need the help from the city with is that to display these planes, there will be planes flown in to the Roswell Airport on their last flight before they are ready to be displayed at the museum. And we need to construct a towway or tow road that will permit these planes to be towed from the existing runway system to and through the fence that is adjacent to, that's between the airport property and the museum property that is just across the YO road from the airport. You have received a map that shows the approximate location and the configuration of the proposed towway that we need to be able to construct. And of course, what we're asking for is a lease of land that will enable us to construct that towway. And hopefully 3 years will be enough for us to complete the additional acquisitions. But we have been discussing also with the city attorney and the airport, the possibility of a 3-year option to renew the lease for another 3 years if we need to finish bringing the initial planes in. After the lease has expired, the towway will simply become the property of the airport. I think there's a lot of good things about Roswell that that makes it attractive to have our project here. One is that the weather is fairly mild, and means the deterioration of the planes that are stored outside will be held to a minimum, and the proximity. Both Roswell Airport has some planes that we would like to acquire from the boneyard, and we have already acquired about 5. I'm not sure whether they were Roswell planes or other. I suspect they were Roswell planes. The largest boneyard or holding place for planes out of service is next door in Tucson, and so that makes it very convenient for us to perhaps acquire a fair number of planes conveniently. So I think the other, you have a second handout also that simply describes or displays how the planes themselves might be displayed at the museum. It's essentially going to be outdoors, and you see that what is exhibited there is the intention to have planes mimicking planes in takeoff, and in the oldest section, those planes will be on the ground, and then as you get further and further along, the planes are lifted off the ground. And that demonstration there is about 25 planes, and I think that probably we'll end up with somewhat more planes than that. If you have questions, I'd be happy to address them. If there are areas that you want me to talk more about, I'd be happy to do that. Are there any questions?
questions of Mr. Mesner from the members of the council?
Mr. Mayor.
The property that we're hoping to lease is about 166,000 square feet. I don't know the exact length of the runway, but it's included, of course, in that, it's described within that 166,000 square feet that's in the lease.
Councilor Johnson has a question for you. Councilor Johnson?
Are these airplanes just skeletons, or are they gonna be full capacity weight?
They'll be, they will, as envisioned currently, and of course everything can change as time goes on, the engines, which is the heaviest part of the plane, would be likely removed when the plane comes onto the airport, but before it gets to the towway. So when it is being towed toward the fence and through the fence, it will lack the engine, but other than that, it will be quite a complete plane.
Thank you.
Okay, yes, ma'am. Council Lady Moore?
This line won't have anything or hinder anything to do with the air races coming. That's farther south, so there won't be see any future problems with that little road that they're talking about putting in. Not the ones that sit. I know they won't be doing it, but I mean, the way that road is going through, it's not anywhere near that would affect the air races at all.
Is there, if that was I couldn't hear clearly what was said. Was that a question posed to me?
The question was, would these planes or anything affect any of the air races or anything that we
I
have?
mean, that road that they're talking about, that road.
Yes, ma'am. Mayor James, members of the council, the road is on the southeast side of the airport and would not affect air racing operations.
We're real clear. If the question is about interference with airport operations, the answer is not at all. And we had to satisfy the FAA that this would not be a problem from the operational point of view, from the airport operational point of view. And of course, both Bobby Thompson and Hassan Intimer, who we've been dealing with, were pretty clear that that was an important consideration.
What are they gonna do with the engines that they take out? Where do they go?
I'm sure if they're salvageable, they'll sell them. You know, I mean,
I just wanted, they would be
take-
sitting somewhere heavy.
Yeah, they'll sell them. They sell. There's a market for engine parts. Any further questions? I don't see any more questions. Is there anyone has any questions at all?
I have a question, is it a statement?
Okay, Councilman Hildebrand to make a statement.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to thank these people for coming to Roswell and choosing Roswell as their new home. This will add greatly to our tourism base. And again, we want to thank them for doing that and thank the airport staff for spearheading this whole project. And again, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
And one thing I would like to point out is one of the attractive things about being in Roswell is just the reception we have received. Everybody has been cooperative, as well as being polite and as well as being accommodating. So as far as my people who basically are from the East have been concerned, they have just been overjoyed with the relationship we've had with the city and the county, by the way.
Well, Mr. Minzer, it's only appropriate, Roswell pretty much has a history of not necessarily probably the birthplace of jet engines, but certainly where they were perfected, jet engines and liquid fuel rockets, Dr. Goddard certainly did a fine job with that. And I think this museum will add a lot to, will add a lot of history to the area that we have concerning what Dr. Goddard started and left us all the way. I guess nobody could really, the Germans kind of followed Dr. Goddard quite a bit, and nobody can, he developed V1 and V2 bombs that were very, very efficient in England. When they went over and ran out of fuel, they landed in London, and then you turn around and the Messerschmitt 262 was the first jet fighter plane that was, and I guess probably the only jet fighter plane in World War II. But, so we had, there's a lot of history here about that, so I think this museum, this is a good place for it. And so I think it's another thing to add to our history, and hopefully when we get to redo our Roswell Museum, we can have some interactive exhibits about more of Dr. Goddard's work that he, where he perfected liquid fuel rockets and jet engines here, because certainly the Germans were watching. And so there's a lot of history there, but it would be, I think it's very interesting. You know, my first flight out of here was on a DC-3 or C-47, whichever it was, and in 1960, about 5. And later we had Convair 580s, I believe it was. And then we had Texas International or Treetop Airlines was the DC-9s. So we've had an awful lot of planes here, all the way from the 747 to lately it's the 777-9. So we have a lot of history of airplanes that are in commercial service. So I think it has a lot to add to the aviation history we have. And I think as we look at our air races, I think there's an awful lot of activities that are going on with the air races here that I think they have found a really good safe home here. And as we'll hear later, I think we had a very good showing in our air show, and certainly the pilots were enthusiastic. So I think everything is in pretty good shape. So any further questions? Okay, so motion by Councilman Hildebrand, a second by Councilor Johnson to approve item 26, approval of the Mexico Historical Air Museum to enter into a 3-year lease beginning October 1st, 2025, ending in September 31st, 2028, on a land parcel at the Roswell Industrial Air Force Center. The clerk will call the roll. I will remind the body we have to have a majority of 6 of all members of the governing body.
Councilor Johnson?
Yes.
Councilor Oropesa?
Yes.
Councilor Moore?
Yes.
Councilor Corn?
Yes.
Councilor Cortez?
Yes.
Councilor Hildebrand?
Aye.
Councilor Maroko?
Yes.
Councilor Arnold?
Yes.
Councilor Halverson?
Yes.
Motion, item 25, duly passes by a vote of 9 in the affirmative and none in the negative. Thank you very much,
Thank
Mr. Spencer. Look forward to working with you over the next year.
Okay.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. So now we go back to what 16? 18. We're all here on the page. Item 18. Okay. Ms. Thompson, please give us some airport updates.
Good evening. Good to see all the councilors again this evening, and Mr. Mayor. So I will start out with some basic airport updates, and then I will switch over to the chairman of the air races and CEO of the air races to give you sort of a wrap-up 50,000 foot view of what went on. So first of all, I'm pleased to report that our 5-year CIP has been approved by the FAA. If you remember, I brought that to you a few months back for review. So we've been approved at $44,424,000. Now, an approval of CIP does not necessarily mean we get all the money, but it is a good first step. The local match for that over the 5 years is $2,989,000. That includes 18 projects, and only 3 of those are not pavement related. A lot of pavement out there, and it takes a lot of maintenance to maintain it. Boeing has again come to Roswell. This time it's in a 737 MAX. It's basically the same kind of testing where the water trucks go out and water down the first 2,000 feet of the long 13,000 foot runway. And then it's followed up by multiple landings and stopping the brake testing on the 737 MAX. But the good news, not only is it fun to watch from my office, honestly, but it also brings a lot of heads and beds and restaurant activity. So the revenue results from that are always very good for us. So passenger boardings for September were 5,317 versus 3,618 the same month in last year. Last month was 600, that was September. In October we had 6,003. Now, the thing that bothers me a little bit about that is the fact that for whatever reason, and as long as I've been playing at airports, I've never understood how airlines make decisions. But right before the races, they cut down to 2 flights a month, and they added a special flight just for the races, coming in for a couple of days. But the interesting thing were the activity as far as passengers was still up. So they're still planning through the month of October to have 2 flights a day. And it's unfortunate, but that's their decision to make. They're not contracted to bring in more than what they think is appropriate for their loads. So we hope that we can convince them that activity is good here, and they'll continue their operations. Overall flight operations for the month of September was 1,795 versus 1,557. The month prior to that, it was 1,754. So you can see we're holding pretty steady and even increasing a lot. The parked aircraft, and as Mr. Benjamin mentioned, Boneyard is 189, which has been holding steady now for several months. Security-wise, which is always requiring extra work, we're doing some upgrades to our security, our access controls for a lot of the buildings along the air side of the airport. They just have to be upgraded. We're working with the IT department and some of the local contractors to get that access updated. A lot of work going on in the airfield. And I certainly have to thank the Parks Department as well, because they've been very helpful. As all of you know, it's been raining a lot, and when it rains, things grow a lot, and things have definitely been growing at the airport. And we're trying to keep that all under control. If you've driven the front entrance to the airport recently, you'll notice that it looks very, very nice. About 3 weeks ago, someone on Wyo Road in a brand new pickup truck somehow got airborne, went over a concrete barrier and into our security fence and took out about 40 feet of the fence. I have seen the sheriff's report, which, again, I have questions on the sheriff's report. It's pretty vague. The gentleman driving the truck, we don't know who it was because he didn't hang around for us to find out who he was. So a brand new truck was left jammed into our fence, and we had to secure that fence. In fact, because of a 139 air carrier airport, we had to vacate our security person out there until we could get that fence back in good order. So that is now completed. We're very fortunate that only took us about 48 hours to get that done. And they're still looking for the driver of the vehicle. Hopefully from either the VIN number on the vehicle or something, they can find out who that was, and perhaps we can collect insurance on that. So vacant buildings, as you may know, we do have vacant buildings on the airport, and I did some deep digging on this, and I found out that the age of those buildings that are still vacant range from 1942, I love it when something's older than I am, to 1985. And some of those have been empty for a while, and I'm sure all of you understand that when you leave a building empty, it's just not good for the building. So we're trying to get those upgraded where it makes sense to upgrade and get those back in working order. That's about 17 different structures on the airport, None of those are airside, they're all office warehouse kind of space, so we'll continue working on those. Generally size-wise, the smallest one's about 1,400 square feet, and the largest one, which is warehouse space, is about 22,000 square feet. And then also, we're very happy to report that the brand-new fire truck has arrived. I have pictures if you want to see them. You know how people show you pictures of kids? I show you pictures of fire trucks. It's an absolutely gorgeous fire truck. It has twice the capacity of anything we had on the airport prior to that. It's absolutely amazing. The mayor got to check it out yesterday. The interesting thing about it is as massive it is and the capacity that it has and the things it can all be done by the driver in the truck. He doesn't need anybody else to even help. So when you have some kind of a mass casualty incident or a major incident, the other guys can get the other trucks and they can really have good ability to fight the incident that happened with just one guy in that brand new truck. So I thank you for your time, and I'd now like to introduce Mr. Fred Telling, Chairman and CEO of National Championship Air Races.
Thank you, Ms. Bobby.
Welcome, Mr. Collins. Thank you, Bob.
Mr. Mayor, Council, thank you very much for your time. Normally I speak off the cuff. There's so many things I'd like to cover tonight. I actually wanted to make some notes. First of all, it's with my deepest gratitude and appreciation to first of all the city and the Hollyfields, because without both of them working cooperatively, we would never have been able to make this the new home for the National Championship Air Races. I'll give you more detail, but the fact of the matter is the first bit of good news from my point of view is I view it simply close to a small miracle that everything that was accomplished in the last year has been successfully accomplished, and we were able to relaunch the National Championship Air Races in under a year from the time we basically announced and began to do all of the planning. And I'll be thanking many people at the end of this, but it was truly an incredible team effort. While, as you know, we did have 2 of the classes that withdrew, I know that when the pilots that were here were so enthusiastic about, most of them have been ribbing those pilots somewhat unmercifully. Now, hopefully this won't make the paper, but I'm delighted. The more unmerciful they could be, the better from my point of view. But the fact of the matter is the 4 closed course pylon racers and the Stoll group were absolutely delighted with the course, the exposure. I think one of the comments that came back most of all was that, as we saw at the beginning, but it took many people to make sure they saw it too, you could literally stand anywhere on the ground and you could see the pilots flying their planes all the way around the course without even having to be up in the grandstands or anyplace else. That kind of visibility is unparalleled compared to what we had at the arena. And in fact, we got an incredibly safe event, and everybody, pilots, the fans, were very enthusiastic. Attendance, our current estimate, and we'll refine it, but our total attendance looks like somewhere between 55,000 and 60,000. And just to be clear for the committee, total attendance means the number of people that we had there by the number of days. So if a person came 3 days, they get to count 3 times. The number that we're trying to isolate is, so how many unique individuals does that represent? I don't have that number yet. The second thing to bear in mind is that is not equal necessarily to total ticketed, because among those count all of the pilots, volunteers, staff, good number of people that were there to help make the event happen that don't necessarily buy tickets. But it does include all the people in the chalets. One of the things that I was very pleased with, we had 11 chalets in addition to our own, and all of the people that were in the chalet were just delighted by both the opportunity for the hospitality, the wide number of people they were able to host, among them a number of New Mexico amigos, I understand. And the word that I've gotten that I think has heartened me most is, in spite of the rain that we had on Saturday, in spite of some of the challenges, in spite of the great distances, because your facility here, our facility with you, is basically a good 35% larger than we've had. And while we didn't fill it all this year, as I like to say, we've got room for growth, and we'll be making great use of it next year. I'm very optimistic we'll be able to bring back the other 2 classes. And we're working with more of the aircraft manufacturers to expand that area. So I'm looking forward to 2026 with great enthusiasm. As I said, and you all know better than I'm a resident here, but just under a part-time resident. Since you choose to tax my other income, I'll be here exactly 3 days under 6 months. But I think you all heard the same thing we have. Simple fact of the matter is everybody who was able to be there came away in spite of, you know, the hot weather one day, the rainy weather another day. They all had a good time, and the word of mouth throughout the city has really been very, very impressive. Notwithstanding that it is in Roswell Green, map up there is not a map of alien sightings. That map is what we call our heat map. That represents all of the places where we've had ticketing in the United States. I'm pleased to say that 48 of our 50 states we have representation. Only, for reasons I cannot fathom, only the state of New Hampshire and the state of Vermont sent no representatives to the races. I can't imagine why. It might have something to do with the fact they're way up in that corner, but then again, the state of Maine sent people, so who knows? It isn't they couldn't have gotten here, but we're very, very pleased. At 55,000 to 60,000, that's about half of what our traditional event has been. And so, you know, we know there are challenges. The fact of the matter is we probably hit our initial year limits partially from housing and everything else. But that being said, I think the simple fact that more people came, and the people who did come, whether they were in RVs or found housing or were in Artesia and some were as far down as Carlsbad, I think the word of mouth is going to get out there. I think next year's attendance is going to look much more strong, and we're really excited by that. I think for the city of Roswell, as you've seen, the amount of social media exposure has been enormous. You know, we were very fortunate not only to pull this event off with the support of the city and the county, but obviously enormous support from the state. And during the event, as you know, we were able to host the Lieutenant Governor and 5 of the cabinet members, every one of whom played a role in making this event successful. Accolades from all of the pilots, and if any of you attended the awards ceremony, we are planning, if we get all the final paperwork approved between the jet class, the FAA, and RARA, we are planning to be able to launch the first 600-mile-an-hour approved course that we've ever had. And we announced that at the awards ceremony. The jet group went wild with enthusiasm. And just so that you know, for your background, there are some things that go into it. If we're going to do that course, number one, it'll be a longer course. We are going to be able to expand some of the aircraft, so we have to have agreement on exactly which aircraft will be allowed. We have traditionally not allowed swept-winged aircraft, but some of the aircraft that would qualify will be swept-winged, so we're going to have to revisit that rule. And we'll basically be requiring all of the pilots that participate in that course to do centrifuge training. So that they get to get whipped around at 7, 8, 9 Gs and see what it is to actually find G-lock and come back out of it. If none of you have seen some of the film of what the very active military pilots go through G-lock training, it's really quite amusing. They don't think so, but the people who get to watch the films do. Related to this, as you know, we've been very pleased our scholarship program. Bobby Thompson, I wasn't able to be here, but she and Sean Powell, as the president of the university, had the opportunity to announce, was it just last Thursday? Yeah. Just last Thursday, the first 5 airframe and power plant scholarship winners. Each of them are recipients now of a $10,000 additional scholarship. Working this in conjunction with the university will actually transfer the money to the university. The university works with the students. And as many of you probably know, a number of the students, given backgrounds and income levels, are actually covered as Pell students. So much of this money will actually be critical to them to help pay for the tools and a lot of the other materials that they need, they would not have had other access to be able to do. So it's going to enable them to end up, after their AMP training, exceptionally better equipped. As you all know, and it's with a certain degree of pride, this particular AMP scholarship program is something Bobby and I have personally been committed, and all of the money for it this year and in the future years will probably continue to come to the two of us. We are absolutely delighted that took place. The press release has been drafted, and I think we just sent approval for it to go out. So hopefully, even the local paper will cover it tomorrow, so we're really pleased by that. I want to get close to touching on some of the issues that we do face as a challenge, because it'd be unfair of me to just paint too rosy a picture. Housing will be an issue, we know that, but working with the city, I'm optimistic we'll be able to expand the number of power and water facilities where we had. The fact of the matter is the RVers that were able to have access to them, we're absolutely delighted. And I think that much like Oshkosh in Wisconsin, which when EAA moved there, was a much smaller place, and over time, they are able to host what they do largely because there's far more camping and far more RVs, and they have the benefit that when they host EAA, it's during the summer, so the University of Wisconsin's out in business, and even the University of Wisconsin opens up their facilities. But unfortunately, because we picked September, the university can't do that. I think we'll have expanded camping, and we did learn as a result of the weather problem we had on Saturday, we have to do better preparations for weather in the event that occurs. Everybody responded when that downpour came exceptionally well. We managed to get everybody in and off the grandstands and in and under tented facilities. It didn't matter which ones, we just housed them everywhere they could get. And in the end, the weather forecast were for more weather in the end of the day, so we ended up canceling. And wouldn't you know, God played a small trick on us. The weather in the late afternoon turned out to be absolutely beautiful. So we made it clear that everybody that came on Saturday could just come back on Sunday. Some couldn't, but many, many did. And Sunday was a beautiful day, and it was illustrative of what I hope all the future will be here. We do need more people movers. We'll be acquiring them, and we'll probably use more tractors. We discovered that in many ways, having not had as much of a parking load as we thought we would, helped us enormously, but the distance is such, we've got to do a better job moving people from parking to the front gate and from the front gate around the facility, so we'll be expanding all of that. So with that, I would just like to take a moment, and you know, it's always risky when you do this because there are so many people I'd like to call out for the council's benefit. That I do run the risk of missing some. So my apologies if I do. But there are so many people in the city that made a difference without whom this event would not have been successful. So if I may, Ruby Chavez, Parks, and Parks Committee, as Bobby's referred to, has done an enormous job doing so many things at the airport. Abraham Chaparro, who's the solid waste and landfill, worked with waste management in the city to make certain that everything was taken care of. Andrew Valadez, my apologies for mispronunciation, of wastewater and utilities. Without him, so much of what was done and available on site wouldn't have been done. Frank Rincon from the streets. It's amazing the support that we got for the airport to be able to do much of what was done. From a safety point of view, I just have to call out Steve Chavez, the fire chief, and Lieutenant Mike Fry, Roswell Police. Both of them and their teams were just enormously effective throughout the event. Matt Rogers, the city engineer, is enormous. Bobby Thompson goes without saying, but you know, without Bobby in this role, much of what I coordinated and done would have been very difficult. And as I've said about him many times, Mike Matthews, the deputy city manager, has in fact been just incredible leadership and his team. But to end it, I have to come back to the partnership that started it. Mayor Tim Jennings and Mike Espiritu, without whom the two people who led the event that brought this journey here for us. To all of you, I just have to say thank you. I wear the shirt with pride, and I am delighted to be a resident here, and I look forward to being here years into the future. My grandson's now seen 3 events, and he's only 3.5. Well, he loved it here, and he'll be back. So the truth is, thank you all. I'd be glad to take any questions, but, one slightly dour note. I walked into this event, expecting to lose money because we are, after all, a not-for-profit 501c3. But I want to tell you that I excel in my role. I succeeded in losing more money than I expected. I have proven once again we are not-for-profit. But the fact of the matter is the council has to understand we came into this event with a kitty. We're here. We're keeping going, and we're going to see the future, and I believe every year we go forward, it's going to be better and better. So, thank you. I'd be delighted to take any questions, and I'm honored to have a chance to give this brief overview.
Do we have any questions of Mr. Tellings?
Just a thank you.
Councilor Aruba?
First of all, I want to say thank you. Y'all put on a great show. People did go to this show, they missed out. It was amazing. Bobby, you did a great job, thank you. Mr. Kelly, thank you, it was awesome.
Well,
I'm happy to go back next year.
well, we look forward to it. We're honored, but I have to say, the team of people that's here and the support that you've given, just to speak about the museum for a second, the fact of the matter is, as you know, we felt the same thing. The hospitality and the enthusiasm of the city, it's just, it's infectious, it's pleasant, and it's unusual in the United States. So I'm delighted to see it, and I thank you.
Councilor Corn, did you? Okay. Any further comments?
Thank you.
Mr. Tellings, thank you. I'm glad you still have the key.
I still have it. I can tell you just where it is. And I'll give it back the day comes that we're not here. But I don't expect to be alive then.
That's good. Great. It was fantastic, and thank you for your leading. And Madam Clerk, if you be sure the record reflected, it's gifted in some areas. Oh, excuse me. But thank you.
Thank you all.
It's really been fun. It was good, and it's really given Roswell the exposure that we really have to get people believing back in our airport and what we can do with it. And I mean, every one of those pilots thanked us for the safety that we provided them. This was the safest race course they've ever been on. And I can't tell you, and they love being able to see them go out and take off past the starting mark and come back, go all the way up and not fall behind a mountain. You could see them the whole way they were going. And it was really good. It was, and we had all kinds of people that helped and went out of their way. I mean, all kinds of people. And no telling how many different things Farrell Clem had to change and do, but as I guess about the only welder we have in town, we really put him to a lot of use.
You sure did.
He was fantastic, and every time Bobby would wink at him, he'd get stuck with a little more, but he never gave up. But our city employees went above and beyond. I mean, they did a lot of those RV spots. They cleaned up all in front of the terminal. I mean, they worked, and they worked all day Labor Day and everything. I mean, it's really good to see the spirit that we have back in our town. And it's gonna turn into jobs. And that's what we all want, is more jobs for our kids. So, thank you very much, Mr. Telling.
It was impressive.
And Rah-Rah, thank you.
The team you put together was just fantastic. Thank you all very much.
And Roswell our Rah-Rah doesn't have to be Reno anymore.
That's right.
Okay, just so we get it straight. All right, thank you all very much. Okay. Next we have Mr. Kunkel. Welcome, Bud.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Jennings and Roswell City Councilors. The AAC had our October meeting this past Tuesday on the 7th. We had mostly Air Center employees in attendance, including our newest city staff member, Miss Alicia Morales. We had some tenants present, one city councilor, one county commissioner. All AAC members were present. I want to thank everyone that was there attending in person. And then we also had several that attended online. Our agenda was lengthy again with 27 items to be addressed. We'll begin with some good news on projects. Omar Gonzalez reported that the 2023 wind damage construction claim has finally been completed. A lot of effort to make that happen on the buildings out there. Bear with me on this next one. The ADB lighting and new electrical vault project continues. We've talked about that before. ADB is still on site 2 weeks each month, updating, installing, and replacing original airport runway lighting and wiring. The new electrical vault portion of the project is a more complex part of the project. As you'll remember, there are 2 original electrical vaults at the Air Center. Both vaults are functional, but are always in need of continuous maintenance. The problem with the existing vaults is the electrical equipment in those vaults that control the lighting is mostly original. If there is a problem with the equipment, replacement with older type equipment is not readily available, and the vault system is not wired or designed to accommodate newer equipment. The contractor has been directed through our meeting to hopefully identify some other electrical or older electrical equipment that can be utilized as spares if the need arises. Hopefully, electrical equipment for the new vault will be available in less than 6 months. Most of you know that anything electrical has usually got a 6-month lead time. And the new vault will be operational, hopefully, by August or September of 2026. The status of the airport master plan remains the same after 8 months of waiting on the FAA. The FAA contends that they're very short-handed to complete the plan review. There is still no time commitment for completion on the plan. The BLM loading pit and taxiway project will provide additional space for movement of large tanker aircraft for firefighting. This should provide a much more efficient slurry loading process. The loading pit portion of the project is completed. The additional taxiway construction has been delayed due to the recent rains. The soil needs to be fully dried out before base and paving are installed. Depending on rainfall stopping, which we sure don't want to do that, but depending on rainfall stopping, the project could be completed in the next 45 to 60 days, making it ready for next year's fire season. The MAP apron rehab project on the airplane side of the terminal may require a few years to complete, depending on available grant funding, primarily from the FAA. Part of that is what Bobby has talked about earlier, somewhere in the range of $44 million worth of repairs to things. Phase 2 of this project will consist of concrete removal and relaying the concrete that is damaged or deteriorated on the airplane side of the terminal building. The taxiway Charlie project is in bid and funding is available. It should be awarded mid-October. This should be about a 30-day project, weather permitting. This is a $1.8 to $2 million project. The terminal improvement project is slowly progressing on the main restroom area that's just west of the stairwell that leads up to the second floor. There's been a glitch in the toilet height in these two restrooms that still needs to be resolved. The toilets are too low. Plumbing, tile, fixtures will need to be removed and reinstalled to accommodate where the toilets need to be. The restroom area expansion and renovation east of the luggage retrieval area will not be started until the two main restrooms are completed. The generator drawings and specs will not be finalized for about another 60 days. This is the generator that is the backup generator to provide power to the terminal building if there's an electrical service outage. Due to long lead times on electrical equipment, this portion of the project could be delayed until mid-2026 for final completion. The taxiway Charlie extension was completed prior to the air races with significant effort and coordination from all participants in the project. Mr. Telling just mentioned that that was one of the things. That was just dirt. About 6 weeks, is that probably right, Bobby? 4 weeks. 4 weeks before the air races. It was just dirt. And those of you that were out there and saw what went on, it was like a whole new world with that taxiway out there. There are some electrical boxes that still need to be installed on the extension, and that should happen in the next 30 days, completing the entire project. The Southeast Waterline project currently has the water line installed to the southeast corner of the air center. Utility installation for Plateau and Sparklight is proceeding. The new sewer line installation is expected to be completed by the end of the first quarter of 2026, so another 5+ months. All of these city utility extensions will be available for the new air museum that is to be located in the southeast corner, or at the southeast corner of the air center across Wyo Road. The new permanent grandstands will be located in the same location as the temporary grandstand. The FAA has approved location and configuration/height of the new grandstands. Hopefully they'll be in place by late January of 2026. The 2024 flood damage repairs to the terminal building have all been completed. The city is awaiting FEMA reimbursement. And the last item for information is that ILEA will completely vacate the ILEA building in mid-November. This concludes my report, and I stand for any questions.
Counselors, do we have any questions of Mr. Kunkel? Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay,
I
next.
do have a comment, Mr. Mayor.
Uh-oh.
No questions. I did attend that meeting yesterday, and Mr. Kunkel gave a very complete report of exactly what did happen. Very thorough.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for what you do out there. I appreciate that.
It's a team effort. The folks that are on that commission work really hard to help the city out. Thank you.
Yeah, I think you got through about 4:30. Pretty good meeting. Yeah. So next we go to item 26, is that right?
Item 20.
20?
Yeah, the light vessel, we go to go.
Okay, we'll go to item 20. Air flight, Roswell hangar development proposal. Mr. Hank.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council members. Appreciate your time tonight, having us able to propose our proposal to you. I was here probably 6 to 7 months ago, talked about AFLIGHT, what we do at the airport. We're the fixed base operator. We've been at the airport since 2013, so we're going on our 13th year next year. We've been in business now for 30 years. And we have a presentation tonight. I'm Garrett Hain, I'm VP of Finance. With me tonight is Joe Mazzaros.
Vice President of Operations. Thank you, Council.
So I don't want to, go back to everything we do. I think we talked a lot about that previously. But there's a lot of things going on at the airport. You heard a lot of things tonight, all the exciting things with the races and everything else that is going on at the airport. And we want to be a part of that. We want to be a part of that long term. We want to invest in the airport. Bobby's been an absolutely terrific partner since she came onto the airport, and we want to make sure it continues to go in the right direction. Just a little bit about us. We're headquartered in Ann Arbor, Michigan. We're a privately owned company. Our sister company is Affuel Corporation, who's the largest fuel supplier in the United States for aviation fuel. Operate at 30 airports, both domestic and international. We have 1,000 plus team members. We manage approximately 2 million gallons of fuel storage. We also have 2 million square feet of office and hangar space. And we also have done a lot of development in the last 7 or 8 years. We've developed over 200,000 square feet of office and hangar space throughout our network. And a big piece of our business is really understanding the community, becoming community focused. We understand that we are the front door to the community when someone flies in on a corporate jet, and we want to make sure that we provide that customer service for the community. These are our locations. We have 26 FBO locations, but we also do a lot of ground handling for all the airlines. Allegiant's a very large customer of ours, American, Frontier. We fuel all the major airlines, Delta, Southwest, who am I missing?
Velo, JetBlue,
Breeze. So these are, our most recent location is Ogden, Utah, and Green Bay. We also just started in Green Bay, Wisconsin. So those are a couple new additions, I think, since last time I was here and presented a little bit about AFLIGHT. So we're also in the cargo business. We have an international warehouse in Detroit, at Detroit Metro Airport for Lufthansa, which is another piece of our business that we're continuing to grow. So what we're looking at doing at the airport, we'd love to develop more hangar space out there, 15 to 20,000 square feet of hangar. And throughout this presentation, there's some other things we definitely want to do that will help the airport grow as we grow. We want to, like I said, we want to grow with the airport. We want to be able to support the airport and their initiatives. So we would be looking for a long-term extension to our lease for the capital investment that we want to put into the airport. We'd be looking for a 30-year extension from 2034, which is our current lease. So the location of the new hangar, we have some ideas. We really want to work closely with Bobby in determining where exactly that should be. Not only for us, but the master plan of the airport and what direction the airport's going into. So we just want to make sure we're collaborating and we put it in the best position for the future growth of the airport. We'd also look at building some office space on that hangar, anywhere between 2,500 and 3,000 square feet. We just came from the airport earlier today. Boeing's out there. They were talking about it earlier today, but there was over 90 people there. So we want to create a space not only for them, but also for the Navy and other activities to support the airport. We'd also do some improvement to the doors for all the existing hangars. And another piece of, currently right now, we're supporting the airport with the mechanic through another provider at the airport. So we would look at hiring somebody locally on our team moving forward. In addition to the things I already mentioned, this is, again, supporting the future growth at the airport. This is not completed yet, but upon airport's completion of the paved taxi lane area, Aflac would seek to build box hangars on a new proposed development area on demand. So we would, go out and look for people that wanted to bring their aircraft to Roswell, and we would support them by building them a hangar and either leasing it long-term, or we would just build it for them and sell it to them. Additional developments, we would look at putting a self-serve fuel tank in to provide fuel at even a lower discount for people that wanted to use the self-serve. So we'd look at investing in that. The tank would be proposed at, well, right now we're proposed over by the 91 ramp, which is I believe that's the northeast side of the airport. Along with that, we would look at increasing our fuel farm. Right now, we're doing somewhere between 2.2 to 2.3 million gallons. I think if we got to a point where it was 2.5 million gallons, we would make the investment to build onto the existing fuel farm. Fuel farms aren't inexpensive these days. I mean, we added on recently. It's probably, to put another tank on there, you're at least somewhere between $250,000 and $500,000. So just wanted to look at or show you some of our previous projects. So like I mentioned, we've done a lot of development in the last 6 years, and we've done a lot of this development at airports we're already at, supporting the growth of the airport. This is Traverse City, Michigan. This was a specific customer that we built space for them, 18,500 square foot hangar with office space. This is Willow Run in Ypsilanti, Michigan, close to Ann Arbor, our corporate office. We added 30,000 square feet of hangar space along with 7,000 square feet of office space, both for corporate, primarily for corporate flight departments. You can keep going, that's kind of the same. This is Grand Rapids, Michigan. We built ground up. We started FBO in Grand Rapids. We built up to 45,000 square feet of hangar space there and another 5,000 square feet of our FBO. So this was a complete ground up. We came in as a second FBO on the airport and developed 30,000 square feet. And then by the time we were done with that, we built another 15 because we filled it up so quickly. So it was a really, really good opportunity to continue the growth there. Yeah, this is our second hangar that we built onto the original 30,000 square feet. Milwaukee, Wisconsin, we built the FBO there, about 3,300 square feet. That was back in 2019. Again, we bought a very large hangar and added on to it with the FBO facility. And then this is Harrisburg. So we were in Harrisburg since 2006. And we ended up building a brand new FBO and renting out our old FBO to another customer that wanted it, and built 30,000 square feet of hangar space. So we've got probably 75,000 square feet of hangar space in Harrisburg now. And it just shows the amount of growth in that market. And we invested some significant capital in order to keep up with the growth. This is what we use, and this kind of pertains to some of the box hangars, but our software that will, analyze exactly, how big a hangar you need, what you need to develop based on our software package, and determine, surprisingly, we've seen this done before where people have built hangars of the wrong size and, to fit their aircraft, and you wouldn't think that could possibly happen, but it does. So we're very, cautious and, very systematic on how we go about building our hangars. So, yeah, that's the end of the presentation, but, you know, like I said, we're really looking forward to the future here, and we really want to be a good partner and be a part of the future development here.
Thank you. Do we have questions from members of the council? Questions? Well, sorry, I just had a few, and I don't intend to throw blame, or anything else. I'm just gonna tell you, I think in the past administration that we had, I don't think they encouraged general aviation at all. And I can't tell you how many complaints I got because aviation fuel here was $2 higher a gallon than it was in Artesia. So a lot of people moved down there, and the past administration didn't promote general aviation hardly at all. And I think it's a shame in the situation, general aviation, how it got to Roswell and the shape it was in. I would tell you, when I met Mrs. Thompson, Bobby Thompson, and looked at her and talked with her when we met, when she was coming here for the air races and looking at our facilities. I found someone who was very friendly to aviation, general aviation. Somebody who was in tune with safety. And I have to tell you, somebody I can put a great deal of trust and respect to. And I can't believe you how happy it made me when I talked with her about some of the things, and one of them was aviation fuel. And how come we were $2 a higher gallon, and why did we have so many people go, and if you go look in Artesia, the conditions in Artesia are much better now. They are a lot wealthier community than we are per capita wise. And I understand that, but I would just say that one of the things I think we were supposed to have an aviation mechanic on duty for all the other general aviation, or somebody that they could at least deal with, and I don't think that was there. But I really was quite upset with the things that were going on here in our facilities. And so it's been one of my goals ever since was to build our general aviation population back up and make it a strong, thriving business. And to be quite honest with you, I was extremely upset with what was going on, and the first positive response I received was when I talked to Ms. Thompson and I complained about, and I always saw her, I probably complained about the fuel prices. And she says, well, I've got the fixed. And when she told me that, I said, wow. And I mean, but every other thing she's touched, she's done a very fine job with. And I guess right off, I just have some reliance in putting long-term leases out there, that there's not a way that can protect the city and ensuring we have decent service. And I don't mean that bad, because I understand from our past administration it was not real friendly to general aviation. And but I mean, I'm not saying it's all your fault. I'm just saying that we're in a position now to move forward, and I want a commitment that we can move forward, and we have to work together. You know, we had a de-icing machine over here, and nobody could keep it working, so for a long time this year, we couldn't get American Airlines planes out of here because no one had anything to de-ice the plane. And you know, for probably six months one winter, how many planes we had to wait to get them de-iced, and maybe it was a year or two ago, but you know, we need a good partner. And you know, And that's all I ask for, is that we have a good partnership and we stay in tune. I'm really reluctant on long-term leases unless, it's something that's good for both of us. And I just want, can't sit here and let you go away and think that I'm not gonna look at things as far as I'm concerned. I love aviation, and I got my license and everything else, and then I actually probably figured out I can probably drive there faster in a car than you can get there in an airplane, so I haven't flown much, and you don't have to put that in the paper either, but that's just the truth. But, so, I hope, with Bobby's help, I think we can work something out. But I'm gonna tell you, that lady there is one lady that loves general aviation and will be here on top of it till hell freezes over. She is a fantastic lady. She has fixed our leases all across the airport. We don't have people month to month anymore. We had almost every lease month to month. She's gotten that fixed. And so, as long as we can both get along and make her happy, I think we'll be fine. But I really must say that I was concerned about the shape of it, because I really got tired of seeing airplanes going to Artesia. And you go down there and look at the differences. And I agree 100%. Our past administration was not friendly to people who might have wanted to build a hangar here. And we need to get in there. And you might not have all the business, you might have part of it, but we've got to work that out to where we're all in this thing together to make this airport #1 in this whole region. And that's my goal. We have the safest place in the world, and I think I happen to have some things to do with that air flying base, the DC-10 and the firefighting thing over there, because I fought fires for a long time, and I know the value of those planes. Even when they dump on you, it's not so bad, so they can do an awful lot with those planes. And with those DC-10s from here, it can go 600 or 700 miles all the way around here and cover an awful lot of Texas and New Mexico and some of Colorado. We can do real well. And if we can get clearances going over White Sands, it can be a lot quicker too. So there's a lot we can do and a lot we can do together. And so I would hope, we have to be able to work together on this and make sure that anybody who comes in here and has a small problem with their airplane can get it fixed in a timely manner and go about their business. And so I just want to tell you that's just me, and but it's just something I really detested when our own people that were here, which they weren't. They had a lot of issues too when they sold the de-icing machine and a junk sale, and you got them, you don't have one, and so somebody needs to have a de-icing machine that works if we're going to have commercial airlines here. So, and I don't mean to chew on you, but that's my gut feeling. So, thank you, thank you very much, and I would look forward to increasing hangars here and making them where, I just hope that you have the facilities to make them pigeon-proof, because that seems to be something that we need around here, is pigeon-proofing everything we can. So, thank you all very much. And if you have anything you want to say to me, that's fine too.
No, I appreciate the comments. But we recognize what you recognize with Bobby too, and the changes at the airport. And, this is the most investment we've ever wanted to put forth at the airport. And, we see the future here, and we feel very strongly about it. And there's, reason for it. We've seen the changes, so.
Well, and I know you were responsible for some of the changes here in the management styles and stuff. So I do thank you a great deal, because I do think that we're all going in the right direction now.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Next, we have item 21. TCS Community Solar Project in Roswell. Local Savings and Benefits, Ben Thomas, and Brad Tito, Director of the Community for Energy and Power Department. Yes, sir, welcome.
Mr. Mayor, councilors, my name is Ben Thomas. Most all of you know me, but the ones that don't. Anyway, 3 years ago, opportunity by the state mandating that utility companies allow individuals to come in and put a community utility as far as solar goes. And and we worked hard to, there was 400 contractors in the state of New Mexico bidding for one of these opportunities. And with being the key word mandated by the state that it was community. They didn't want companies coming in from all over, putting in these solar projects and not using state resources and all that. With that being said, I've been in the construction industry for almost 50 years, and in Roswell, I ended up getting to and awarded one of these projects through Excel. It's our area, and our utility. They worked real for it because it was mandated by the state, but they worked with us, and it's worked out. It's been quite of an experience, but I think it's well worth the effort that we've put into it to provide this kind of facility for the community. It's not only Roswell, but being the size that I ended up having to work with because of the substation, we didn't get to build as large a one as we wanted to, but, and this is available anywhere there's Excel service, utility service, but primarily I really wanted to let everybody in Roswell, I know it's kind of selfish, but I'd like for everybody in Roswell to have an opportunity to take advantage of this. And with that being said, our subscriber company that takes care of all the billings and stuff like that, and can explain how this works. Most people know on solar that, hey man, I've had friends and everybody that's tried to sell me solar panels for our house. And, you know, that has kind of burned a few people, and so that has nothing to do with community solar. Then also, everybody knows that we have out on Pine Lodge a huge commercial solar that has nothing to do. This is strictly in compliance with basically a utility company is what we built. And so it lets folks in the area be able to participate in renewable energy. It'll help, and Brad will explain the savings and how it works, and hopefully you get it clarified. And mostly wanted to come to the council, being that, you know, this hometown stuff, things get out, and people obviously try to call the council and find out, hey, what's going on. Well, we want to be able to for everyone to be informed of how it really works and be able to explain people what they do. And so I like to start at the top, and that's where we're at. Anyway, this is Brad Kiko. He's with Power Market, and he'll take it from here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Mayor Jennings, members of the council, thank you very much. My name is Brad Tito. I'm the Director of Community Energy at Power Market. As Ben mentioned, this is a locally owned, state-approved clean energy project that will help residents right here in Roswell save on their electricity bills. The site is well underway. It's near completion. It's actually going to be completed by the end of the year, but you can see in the picture on the first slide, there's construction crews, there's trucks, there's local electricians. All this activity represents real local jobs and investment happening right now in Roswell. And this is not an out-of-town development. This is a Roswell-led effort built by local workers, owned by a local business, and designed to deliver lasting benefits to local families. It's really Roswell built for Roswell. So who we are, many of you know Ben. He's a longtime Roswell business owner who runs the cabinet shop. He's also the owner of the project and the general contractor overseeing the construction. Ben is partnered with Synergy Energy, experienced project developer, to bring the solar farm to life. And lots of local contractors are contributing, like J&G Electric and others here in Roswell, who are supporting construction and installation. At Power Market, we manage enrollment into the project and handle all customer support and communications with residents and small businesses. The project is, again, locally owned, locally built, and designed to directly benefit Roswell families, businesses, and Roswell's future. The project is on Ben Thomas's land, up near the intersection of the Roswell Bypass and Highway 285, just behind the Valero gas station. It's about a 15-acre site where the solar panels are being installed. So we're not talking about putting solar on a rooftop somewhere. It's a 15-acre generating facility. It's 2.6 megawatts. That might not mean much, but it's enough to power hundreds of homes and small businesses right here in Roswell. And as you can see from the photos, the construction is nearly complete. Most of the panels are installed, and more are being delivered and mounted over the coming weeks. Much of the steel, electrical equipment, and solar panels were made in the United States. That's a feature of this project. Construction will be finished, again, by the end of the year. Local jobs, economic investment, right here in Roswell. But community solar, this allows households and small businesses to subscribe, whether you're a renter or a homeowner. You can subscribe to this local project and then receive bill credits that lower your electricity costs, and it's actually guaranteed savings. There's no rooftop solar power, rooftop equipment, or installation of any type. You just join a project, residents subscribe to the farm. The project produces clean energy, it's fed into the local grid, and you save automatically. You continue receiving electricity from Xcel, but now you earn these solar bill credits tied to your share of the project's output, and these credits appear directly on your Xcel bill, reducing your total costs each month. It's a simple, transparent way to save money while supporting local clean energy. Again, no cost, no hassle, no charge, no changes to your utility supplier. This program is part of a state-approved and state-regulated community solar initiative. It was created under the Community Solar Act of 2021, and it's overseen by New Mexico's Public Regulation Commission, or PRC. Every community solar project in New Mexico operates under the same strict rules, ensuring transparency, fairness, and consumer protection. The program was designed specifically to help families lower their energy costs while supporting these local projects to be developed. Under state law, at least 30% of each project's capacity must serve households that meet certain income limits. So here in Roswell, the TCS Community Solar Project goes even further. We've reserved 50% of the project for low income or income qualified households. This is, again, a state-regulated, transparent program. Savings are guaranteed by the way it's structured and approved under state law. Now, we've mentioned these income limits. They determine who qualifies for the higher savings under the New Mexico Community Solar Program. So a family of 4 earning less than $55,000 a year qualifies for the full 30% savings rate. So that's like, that could be up to 30% off your electricity costs by just enrolling and connecting your account to this program. It's based on 80% of the area median income. If you're below that, then you can participate in that. But even if you don't have those income limits, if that doesn't apply to you, every household, small business, or organization in Roswell can participate and save up to 10% on their electricity costs. So it's open to every Roswell resident, but for low income, it gives you a little bit more savings for those most in need. These savings are ongoing and automatic for 20 plus years for the life of the project. And once enrolled, you receive these guaranteed bill savings every month and no interruptions, no hidden costs. It's a simple formula, no cost to join, no equipment required. And this is Ben Thomas's project built right here in North Roswell, and residents can connect directly for these guaranteed savings. Now, the challenge that we face is that most of these residents don't even know the program even exists. And that's where the city of Roswell can make all the difference. Because when the city helps residents understand and access these benefits, families start saving. And so let me ask you, do you pay your Xcel electric bill? Would you like to save some money there? The answer is most definitely yes. And then it's easy to see why this would be in the interest of the residents of Roswell, because it can lower theirs, and it's really in everyone's best interest. And so we're asking the city a very straightforward request, which is to approve a letter inviting residents to participate. We've done this in actually dozens of communities across the country, and it's consistently generated hundreds of, or even thousands of enrollments. And this process is really proven and effective. And here's the difference. If we hand out these, I included some of these flyers, right? So if we hand these out, we put something in a newsletter, we do a post on social media, we might get a couple dozen people who participate. But
travelers in New York when 2 planes collided at LaGuardia Airport. Video yesterday,
when the city helps residents understand and access these savings, then we're starting to talk about hundreds of enrollments. So if the city worked with us to send a letter to every household, we'll reach everyone, and hundreds could sign up. And this comes, again, with no cost and no staff time for the city. Power Market handles all the design, mailing, translation, tracking. The letter is bilingual, we'll have English and Spanish, and it's reviewed and approved by the city before anything is sent. All we're asking tonight is for your approval to work with the mayor's office to send this letter to residents as soon as possible. We're on a tight time frame. Project must be filled by the end of this year. And with your support, Roswell families will be the first in line to benefit. And again, no expenditure whatsoever at all by the city. In summary, this is a locally owned, state authorized program with the city support. Sending this letter, we can make sure these savings stay right here in Roswell, helping hundreds of families. So thank you very much, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Yes, sir. Councilman Opresa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is this property in city limits or is it in county?
It's just outside of the city limits.
So it's county?
Correct.
Okay. And so if it doesn't cost the people anything to sign up and get 30%, 10%, whatever the case may be, where do you guys make the money?
Yeah, good question. We are, the New Mexico's program provides a mechanism for people who are investing in these projects like Ben and his subcontractors like Power Market and the other vendors that are working for him. There's money coming to Ben, but part of the requirement is that if Ben gets that money, then those savings have to go to the people participating in these projects. So there's a payment being made by the customer for these credits. So if you get $100 in credits on your Xcel bill, that means your bill is $100 less than it would have been. But you pay $70 for that through a second bill. So that's how we get paid. That's how Ben gets paid. But at the end of the day, They got $100 off their bill, they paid $70 for that. So it's a savings of $30 net to that customer.
Who eats up the $30 savings?
Well, it's by the fact that the solar is less expensive than the electricity that we're generating on the grid.
So Excel Energy, if people go to this system,
Yeah.
what kind of effect is it gonna have on Excel Energy as far as their money is concerned?
Well, you know, these projects are generating electricity. That's electricity that Excel doesn't need to purchase on its own, right? So there's a value inherent in the fact that there's this 2.6 megawatt project generating electricity, putting that electricity on the grid, and that's going into everybody. You know, that's helping feed the entire grid. So that's all electricity that Excel doesn't have to buy. So there's a question of, well, what's the value of that electricity going out? And that's where they get these payments set up through the public, you know, regulations to pay Ben for his project and to make whole the investors that built the project in the first place.
And the construction for this facility, which is in the county, was it approved by the county commission or was it approved by the state or?
Well, the project itself was locally permitted and approved, and then the.
But not through us though.
Right, not through the city. It's in the county, but it's, again, it's just outside the city limits. But that being said, they had to have this project approved in terms of it following all the proper regulations. And then Excel Energy is, you know, turning the project on. It's interconnecting with the grid. There's a lot that goes into making these projects happen.
To be truthful with you, it's very complicated as far as I'm concerned. So I don't know whether to really be able to support it or not to support it.
Well, it's savings to Roswell residents, so we hope you do support it, because at the end of the day, the rates are going up, and this is an opportunity for people who are in need to save some money.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Any further questions? So, yeah, so Excel is, there's no further questions. Excel has, you're buying their power, they're buying your power, Excel is, so they don't have to produce it. But do they still have to maintain the ability to produce your powers if something happens and your system goes down?
No, because it's a micro fraction of the general amount of electricity. So, and there's grid management to take care of that. If the system goes down for whatever reason, then the credits don't appear on people's bills, and he doesn't get paid to, you know, pay back his finances. So it's really on him that gets hurt if the project stops generating electricity. But, you know, it should be free and clear to generate electricity for 20 plus years.
Well, 10 or 15 years ago, I did a similar program where I put in all my solar on my roof, and the next thing that happened was Excel came along, and they were paying us, they paid us quite well to generate that, because they had to have so much of their power mandated by law to be produced and solar-wise, and but then the next thing that happened, they put like I want to say a 3 or 4% tax on the people who were generating the solar electricity that they had to have in their machine. They charged that to us, a tax on us, to maintain the lines we had so they could get the electricity back to them. Seemed like that's the way it worked. But they came back and they increased the rates we had to pay to use their lines to give them back the electricity that they wanted. And I'd have to go, probably have to get wording in here to decide to do it, but to explain it. But I just thought that was kind of weird. I don't know. I know with all the AI and things that we have coming here, there's going to be a huge demand of power. And it appears to me if we're all doing away with coal-fired stations, almost all the power generated by Excel Energy in this area or Southwestern Public Service is coal-fired or natural gas-fired. And I don't know, we don't have any nuclear or anything else, but that's where it all is. So I keep wondering about, I know an Excel has a time for toll stations and for those coal-fired plants to go out. but we, somewhere, we've got to add more generation capability here. And I know in this state, when they had a 38-mile-an-hour wind one night in Amarillo, and it shut down all the wind turbines over there, because at 38 they turn off, and that caused a blackout that came across New Mexico, and it browned out the gas, and then that took the, when the electricity browned out, the facilities that remove water from that come out of the natural gas that's stored to fire the gas-fired plant, when that stuff came out, the lines became plugged and they couldn't deliver enough natural gas to fire up the turbines to run the electricity. And what happened was they didn't brown out Albuquerque, they took off all the way up to Taos. And that way, just because then they knew exactly where their lines were, they were short, or where they had to go restart. But some of that's something to look at, but we still have to maintain that we have the capacity to produce when the sun doesn't shine.
Sure.
Or the clouds are like, maybe even for us over here, maybe when Houston browns out again or freezes up because they don't put antifreeze in their wind turbines, as like they had a couple years ago. We've got to figure out to make sure that the power is there when we need it.
Well, the generation happens during the peak summer when everybody's blasting their air conditioning, and that's feeding right into the grid that everybody is using for those air conditioning units. So it's helping to some extent to make the system more resilient to blackouts, just by virtue of having these systems on. But again, this is a small system, it's community solar, this isn't industrial scale solar. These are 5 megawatt or lower projects, they're fairly small.
Yeah. So, is this similar, the project that's going in up on the south side of Roswell on,
by the airport.
Yeah, it's pretty much by the airport. There's a south side, looks to me like it's a generation facility.
Yeah, that might be also.
There was 2 that were awarded for our area, close to Raleigh. Mine from Northland, and then, I forget the other company's name. They're out of Albuquerque. But, yeah, we have 2, and so, they'll be available for also the same thing that we're asking for.
Same thing.
And so, but, now the solar part, as opposed to the wind turbines, of course, the wind turbines, they claim that they can run 24/7 and all that, but we all know we've got them all around here and we don't see. It's kind of amazing how many times you see them run. Very, very expensive to maintain. Once the solar's in, it's pretty well taken care of as far as more money spent on it. I mean, yeah, there's going to be some inverters go out, and there's going to be, of course, everybody fears the hail part, but I've had a solar system, a personal one, in my house for 15 years, and we've gone through all the hailstorms and all that, and I've had absolutely no problem. But anyway, to answer the question about this being in the county, we went through planning and zoning, do the territorial, go through all that, quite an expensive, to get that permit, went through that, and then, the only thing is, what this project will generate. I'm hoping that the city gets part of it. Just the road and seats tax on this project's over $250,000. But then also, on all the buildings and all that, it's going to be generating some type of tax. And I don't know, being that it's in the county, Councilor Hildebrandt had mentioned that maybe the city will get some kind of a tax. But yeah,
But thank you for volunteering to have us in that year. That'll be very, very, very beneficial. We'll annex you now. And, but Mr. Thomas, thank you, because as always, you do a good job and you keep, use local people. Thank you very much, that's good, so. Well, it's kind of an interesting comment, but, there's a huge tax credit on one of those wind turbines, and they kill so many eagles and birds of prey. Oh my gosh, it's terrible. And these things birds can fly right over them, it doesn't fry them or anything, they just keep on going. And it might be a good pace for us to reach those pigeons that we get rid of from the airport.
No, they go run the solar panels.
Any further comments? Thank you. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Okay, we have item 22. Out-of-state travel.
Yeah, roasting some.
I know you know like tickets.
Good evening, Mayor, City Councilors. Here to talk about the out-of-state travel we got coming up. Well, we're there right now, October 8th through the 12th. We're at a SWAT competition in Texas. These SWAT competitions, just like the last one, a lot of the training involved, and it's real-life scenarios, so it puts us actually against other teams, and it helps with our training. Also helps, I believe, in civil liability later on. The more training we have that we can show, it'll help for when we have these situations. Second out of state training is K-9 Officer Pat Silvas. He'll be going to Southland, Texas for a hands-on criminal interdiction workshop. This will assist him in gaining the skills and knowledge to better perform his job as a K-9 officer. This also, the more training on a K-9 for when we do searches on vehicles and stuff, it'll help in court. The last one that just got added, we are sending Sergeant Trong Nguyen and Brad Bailey to the IACP conference in Denver. We haven't sent anybody in 2 years. It's valuable training. They have those little workshops for the officers to go to. We usually send higher ranking people, but we figured in the next year we're going to lose probably half of our command staff to retirements and such. So we're going to send sergeants this year to get the valuable experience for that for, when they promote up. I stand for any questions.
Does anyone have any questions of Chief Bateman on the training of officers? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, next. Okay. Now we have, that's 22. Okay, we have public participation invited. Anybody care to speak before the council? We have on here, you can state if you're up for item 23, you can either speak now or you can wait till item 23. But we had, there's Sarah MacArthur who would like to speak about the flood at the Roswell Museum and Art Center, and Lori Roof that would like to speak on the museum and flood recovery. And I think those two, would you like to go ahead, Ms. MacArthur?
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for taking the time to listen to this, to the city councilors and the honorable mayor. A river ran through us. Last October, Roswell faced what experts have now classified as a 500-year flood. A disaster so rare it carries just a 0.2% chance of occurring in any given year. But it did occur, and it didn't just wash through our streets. It surged through our stories, our infrastructure, and our sense of safety. The Spring River, usually a quiet companion to our daily lives, rose with a force that breached roads, overwhelmed drainage systems, and reached nearly 6 feet inside the Roswell Museum. That museum, our cultural heart, became a symbol of both devastation and resilience. Paintings, archives, and artifacts stood submerged, but our community stood together. Some called it a 100-year flood at first, but the truth is more sobering. This was a 500-year event. That means we weren't just unlucky, we were unprepared for something statistically extraordinary. And now we must respond with extraordinary care. And respond we have. I want to thank all the people of Roswell, city workers, first responders, museum staff, neighbors, friends, family, with sandbags and casseroles for rising to this challenge. You didn't wait for perfect conditions, you showed up, you rebuilt, you reminded us that civic strength isn't just in policy, it's in people. But let this moment be more than a memory, let it be a movement. Because if a river can run through our museum, then surely our voices can run through every decision that follows. We need more of us at the table, more volunteers, more voters, more visionaries. We need civic engagement that's not just reactive but proactive, that doesn't just rebuild but reimagines. So let's make this flood a turning point, a call to invest in flood mitigation, a cultural preservation, and in the kind of planning that honors both science and story. Let's make sure our civic rituals, our meetings, our ballots, our conversations carry the same urgency and care that we showed in crisis. Because Roswell didn't just survive a 500-year flood, we proved we're ready to shape the next 500 years. Thank you. Oh, and I live at 609 Mimosa Drive.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. McCarver, sir. Next we have Lori Roof. Ms. Roof.
Hi, good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. I'm Lori Roof. I reside at 141 Tierra Grande. I have 40 years experience in the museum field, including a combined 24 years serving as both the Assistant Director and Director of the Roswell Museum Art Center. So the museum means a lot to me personally, and I know it means a lot to the community. Built by the people and for the people, the Roswell Museum is deeply rooted in its community. Since its inception, it has been a cultural and educational anchor, a source of pride and engagement, a tourist destination, and an economic driver. The community is highly vested in its success and its rebirth. The near demise of our beloved museum has a silver lining, a rare opportunity to reimagine the museum as a cultural icon within the cityscape, a potent catalyst for beauty, creative experience, and knowledge. As the one-year flood anniversary nears, people are asking in the community, what is happening with the museum? I've heard it numerous times. Mayor Jennings graciously took my phone call on Monday to answer my question, what is happening? I learned that one option being investigated is to rebuild the museum on the New Mexico Military Institute campus on high ground. It's an idea that has merit, but it might not be the only option. After our talk, I started thinking about museums and how they bridge communities. Currently, there is no planning apparatus in place to consider insights and ideas to evaluate the efficacy of options. The process to reimagining our museum should not be in isolation. I'm pushing for transparency and a process that draws upon multiple perspectives, ideas, and creative solutions. I'm respectfully urging you to form a planning task force of knowledgeable, visionary people who represent the core areas of expertise necessary for the success of the undertaking of rebuilding this museum. People such as local government, the museum's professional staff, the trustees and the foundation board members, civic and museum planners, architects and engineers, economic development, and museum advocates from various fields of experience.
Excuse me, your time is up.
Thank you very much. I hope you plan on creating a task force.
Okay, did any member of the council, Council Lady Arnold?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ladies, that was very well said, very poetic, very beautiful. Thank you. And I see the museum. I remember standing beside it and watching it flood. And I see the museum as something that belongs to the people. So I completely agree that your request should be considered for a task force committee so that the people can decide what to do with their museum.
Any further comments? Councilor Preston.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, as my understanding, even before I got on the council, that the museum was a city facility, owned by the city, operated by the city. And since this disaster that happened, obviously a lot of the work and so forth has fallen on the museum people to try and figure out what the next step is going to be. And so I don't know. I think these three individuals have a good suggestion to form a committee to look at it. And if indeed we want the museum to continue being a Roswell museum instead of a private museum. And I understand that one of the important things for the museum people is to try and keep the museum downtown as much as possible. And so I would hope that the staff and the council would consider creating this task force and see what kind of direction we could go. I know Chad, I think I talked to you some because they're having problems with the art pieces, especially the ones that are big, and so my understanding was that you were going to see if you could get the TMC building to see if you could store those over there. I hope I'm not misspeaking. But that may be a temporary solution, but if we want a real museum like the one that we had, then I think it's gonna take a lot of work and a lot of money. And I do know that there are donors in the community that are willing to fork out some money. So it's not a total city project. But the first step, I guess, is forming the task force. And hopefully we can go ahead and take the step and form it and see where it takes us. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any further comments?
Mr. Mayor,
Who's that?
sorry, Juliana.
Okay, go ahead, Councilor.
No, I agree. I've asked before in the past for a committee to do this because I think we need to work with people who have experience with the museum. You know, they have a passion to build the museum better, and we need to make it where it's sustainable for, years and years in the future. And if we have a committee that would determine the best, course of action, we can draw on their expertise and other people's perspectives, so we can create a museum that reflects, our history, culture. So that's all I have.
Any further comments? Yes, ma'am, for a second.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, sorry about that. Ladies, I do kind of have a question. Currently, is there a team of you working together?
Hi, we're just all artistic friends and we're just wondering. So, you know, not necessarily, we haven't formed anything. We're just friends, you know, that go to art openings and have conversations. I think our general tenor is that this is a huge opportunity. I mean, it's big. I mean, yes, we had this horrible thing happen, but it could be so big. I mean, the sky's the limit, and look at the money. The money always comes. The money always comes. So we need to think big as a planning event, as an art museum, as a, you know, planetarium, all those things, classes, more classes, and make it a cultural thing. You're always talking, Tim, about wanting people in this community and having our children stay here. Then let's give them a reason to stay here, right? So let's make it big. That's my thought.
All right, now, I've told almost everybody in here, we will get a committee going.
Oh, good.
But we can't put the cart, we probably will. I don't know, can't tell you who all's gonna be on it, but we can't get the cart before the horse. The first thing that has to be done is the FEMA has to determine that our museum is not salvageable and to what level they're gonna be able to fund it. And the city is ahead of the game. We have absolutely no bonding capacity left, not anything. $90 million in debt. We didn't do that. That was already done. But we have sit there and we have planned. We enacted a gross receipts tax that 3/8 of a cent. We were hoping it would bring in, and maybe with the lower interest rates, maybe we can get $70 million. FEMA will not begin building any projects unless you have the cash. They won't do it. So it doesn't do us any good to have a big committee go out before anybody's determined what they're gonna say or do, and we have no money. So we are set up to get at least $70 million. I anticipate going to the legislature again and asking for at least another $75 million from the state. Now, they told us we had $150 million in the last legislature, and when it came back on Friday afternoon, it only had $50 million to go between all the three flood areas we have. And so that didn't help us much. But I'm committed to you. I've told you all that. I don't have a problem doing it, but I am not I don't think it's fair or right to go and have a whole planning museum, our whole planning committee say we are gonna build a whole new museum before FEMA has condemned it. I mean, they have to make that decision. I can't see any reason why we can't already start rebuilding the Civic Center. But FEMA hasn't acted yet. Now, with all the turmoil going on in Washington, I don't know how many of us even really respect that they're ever gonna get off their fanny and get going. I hope they do quick, but that's not a decision we're having. We've already had, one person wants to do away with all FEMA. But I guess maybe we were probably lucky that California burned up right after us. But then the only problem is California and New Mexico are both Democratic states. So maybe that fits in this mold too. I don't know. But I'm just saying, I don't have a problem getting together and working on this. The only reason I talked to the general about it is above floodplain, and it's right down the street from the Anderson Museum, and I think the Anderson Museum is something that provides an awful lot of art, history in this community, and this community needs to stand up and make sure that we can do everything, in my opinion, to maintain the artisan residency program that Mr. Anderson started here. I think that was probably one of the greatest gifts a community or a person has ever given anyone in the state of New Mexico, and it puts us on the same level with every museum in the state. In fact, we're probably one ahead of the rest of them, because this is the first accredited museum in the whole state. It was our Roswell Museum. And I said, you know, there's nobody wants to do away or harm our museum. But realistically, in today's building cost, if it's 51,000 square feet, it's going to cost us $60 million to build back what we had. And I'm just saying, you know, we can't afford to go through another cost like that. We still have to do the Civic Center, and I don't know what we're going to do with the Adult Center. I don't know that we can even come up with the money to do that. We're not getting $70 million to fix the problem that goes between Rocky Arroyo, and for the money we already lost from the Flood Commission, to go to Rocky Arroyo to the base gate, or to the base fence. For that, we're 10,000 cubic feet per second of water can try to go down the Hondo. It doesn't go down 1,100 cubic feet. You're only short 8,900 cubic feet per second of water going down there. And that's if you hold the water back in those two dams. And so nobody's actually, I don't have any problem in doing it, but I think the government has to make their decision. And once they make it, then I think, then we spring into action and do it. There is nobody that I know that doesn't enjoy our museum or anything else. The only thing I'm going to tell you, we have to take into consideration that our school systems do not do an awful lot with art anymore. Not near what like they used to, art and some of the other things like lapidary and some of the things they had over at the Adult Center for children on intergenerational things. And those are all things that we need to bring back. We need to have the pottery things back. I don't think it makes sense to put kilns in the middle of the museum. I think they need to be in a place because of their heat and the potential you have because you have combustibles in there. And we'll all get there. Just, you know, and when you look, if you were downtown at 12:12 that night, I can tell you I could get as far as about, I got to 1st and Main, and when I backed all the way back up to Alameda, because I could tell you that I couldn't probably go past 3rd or 4th Street. Because I knew my truck, it's a 1-ton truck, it would drown out. And so the potential is still here when for the 10,000 cubic feet to come right back through here again. And so we'll be there, we'll get there, relax. I think we found a good place to store the facility, the artwork that's out there. And I think that, if that's all going right, it's temperature controlled, there's plenty of space in that facility, I think, to work on paintings if someone chooses to work on them there. But it's going, we're getting there. Thank you. Okay, Councilor Corn.
Mr. Mayor, concur with your comments. This is a process dealing with FEMA and flood that I had no idea I'd have to be sitting in a seat where I have to make some decisions. But right now, we don't have any decisions to make because we're waiting on the federal government to start making those decisions. It's my understanding that 6 years after event before you get everything put back together. And just ask people to be patient. We can't, it may be when this thing finally gets wrapped up, Mr. Mayor, we're going to be busy bees. I don't know that. Just watching the workings of all the agencies, it's not just FEMA. The state's involved, of course we're involved. We got to send all of our paperwork to the state and to FEMA, and then they compare notes or whatever they do. I'm not privy to that. And, we're gonna have plenty of time to make these decisions. We're still having discussions with repairing the artwork that's damaged. And it's a long, slow slug. We're having discussions with the insurance companies about taking a piece apart, if they're gonna cover it or not, or whatever. I mean, it's a real complicated situation to find yourself in. I never want to know all this stuff.
Well, we just appreciate you hearing us. Thank you so much for that. We just wanted to be heard. We're available to help, whatever you need.
I appreciate that. You're not forgotten. We're just not
It's
there
kind of
yet.
hard to forget me, but.
Thank you. Keep going.
We got lots of things to do. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you all for your comments. And next we go to item 23. This is to hold a public hearing to vote on whether to uphold the condemnation under resolution 25-46 of property at 603 West Van Buren, Myers, Riddick, and redevelopment block 1 of block 11. Council Leader, Hildebrand.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that we hold a public hearing and vote on whether to uphold the condemnation under resolution 25-46 of property located at 603 West Van Buren.
We have a motion by Councilman Hildebrand, seconded by Cortez, seconded by Councilor Cortez. Okay.
Good evening.
So, good evening.
Swear in.
Oh, we gotta swear everybody in who's gonna talk. Okay, so, Ms. Getz, this is Ms. Getz, she's gonna speak, she signed up to speak on this. This is Celia Getz, and she is from, 1611 South Missouri. Oh, yes, ma'am. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Will you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear in the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty or perjury?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes, sir, go ahead.
Good evening, Councilor. Mr. Mayor and Councilors, I have I'm here to see if we could uphold the condemnation on the property at 603 West Van Buren. This property has, the property owner thinks that we're just picking on her, but in fact, Your Honor, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor and Council, that we have been working on this property for about 10 years now. I have documentation. The first time we condemned this property is back in November 12th of 2015. She came in and pulled a building permit to bring back up to code. Never did any inspections or calls or anything again. And then in 2016, she did have a contractor pull a roofing permit. It looks like the roof was done, but the contractor never came and got any final inspections. So I don't know if it's up to code. And then again, the house was again condemned in 2019. She came back to the office January 10th and pulled another building permit. Again, never calling for inspections. And then in March 23rd of 2022, she got another condemnation letter. Again, she came and got a permit. A permit was granted again. All three permits that were given to her were supposed to bring the property back up to code. And then, so we finally redid it again in July of 2025. That's the latest one that went to City Council, and she's that's the one that she's wants to attest to this. she went into the office to ask for another permit, which was denied because, we asked her to send a contractor to pull a permit for her. And she fought us with this. She said that she didn't have to because she was gonna work on it again, that we needed to give her another permit. We told her that against the state statute that if she didn't live in the property, she had to get a contractor to work on the property. So she got kind of irritated and said, I asked her what she planned on doing with the property. She said it was her studio. I don't know what it is, but the building inspector went over there the next day. The back door was wide open. He went inside and took pictures, and those are the pictures that I had presented in front of you. I went by there today, and it looked like there's a pile of stuff behind it. The last two the pictures that are on there, those are from the alley, and I'm not saying it was her, but I don't know where that stuff came from. Being that right there where it's at, there's only 2 houses there, and that property behind it is city-owned. That stuff's on city-owned property, and now I can't get it mowed so we could get the last mowing of the season on those city properties. I stand for questions.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Getz, would you care to address the council?
Yes.
You got to come up here, please. You've been sworn in. This is Mrs. Getz from 1611 South Missouri. Welcome, ma'am.
This has been the most unpleasant experience every time I went to the builder's office. I was belittled and mocked, trying to tell them that the house was already under a work schedule. I have pictures of it, that it has been repaired inside. I have my receipts of all the supplies that were used, and that pile that he's talking about that's in the alley comes from another neighbor that's across the alley. I don't know if they have a trash bin or not, but I saw him wheel 3 full barrels of stuff and dumped it over in the trash bin and in across the alley in that area where the pile is. And another neighbor saw him dumping the wheelbarrow that he was putting, I don't know what stuff he had, but he dumped it. That did not come from my house. And like I said, the inside of the house has already been repaired. It's all cleaned up and fixed up. And there's no reason or real necessity to condemn the place, because it's in a school area where somebody that has a family, they could go to school there. But I also have another option if you don't object. Since the Roswell Adult Center, Recreation Center was damaged with that flood that we had, our ham radio organization had to move out of there, and now they're meeting at the Eagles Club, and they only meet once a month, and they still have their classes for ham radio and their outings that they do. Now, what I suggest, because my husband was a member of the organization, was that we use my house, that little house, for ham radio, because it's like in a cul-de-sac, the little house, and it has a second lot right next to it where ham radio could put up their antennas and they wouldn't have any parking problems because they could use the other lot for parking. So that's my other option for the house to be used by ham radio. Other than I was gonna make it a studio for myself because I have done artwork. And to let you know that I was the chairman for the New Mexico Arts Association for the state of New Mexico. And at the time when they were trying to do away with the art programs, I was the one that kept the art programs in the school system. And I had a TV station at the old junior high school that it's still there, where the equipment was sent over to the institute. And that's where we had a kindergarten program in the mornings, and in the afternoon, we would use the children for the TV programs, educational programs. And Dr. Wallard was one of the, his daughter was one of the students that I used for the program for the TV program, because she was in the kindergarten program when they were killed in that plane crash. So I was in charge of that. And funds ran out of that program, and that's when all the equipment went to the institute, the TV equipment. So I thought, since the ham radio is meeting at the Eagles Club right now, they're also looking for a place. Since they were at the Roswell adult recreation place before the flooding, and they had to move out, and they also lost some equipment.
And they did. Okay, we have questions from members of the committee.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Councilman Hillebrand.
Mr. Franco, she says, when's the
I
last?
have pictures of,
You have pictures of what you've done to clean this
Yes,
place
ma'am,
up? Since-
I
Because
have-
we have pictures here
yeah,
that show
I
it
have
in bad
pictures,
disrepair.
and I have
I was
my
concerned whether Mr.
receipts.
Franco had been back over there to observe the repairs that you're saying that you've done.
Yes.
No, Councilor, we have not.
Yes, I do. And I have my receipts that I used at Home Depot to do the repairs.
Have you done, Mr. President?
Yeah. Okay.
You got pictures?
Yeah,
Can you
I have pictures.
present them, please? Or have somebody present them for you?
Mr. Abraham, when, excuse me, sorry.
I got one more question.
Okay, I was gonna ask when the last time you took pictures.
And my receipts of all the work that's been done inside the house.
These are the pictures?
These are the pictures.
We'll just leave the pictures like for now.
These are my receipts of all the work that's been done inside the house.
I'm gonna put
It's
those right
already
here.
been fixed. Actually, it was just, patching up, repairs is what it was. And there's no, police reports, there's no other complaints on the property. It doesn't have any police reports.
Ms. Gedd, what is your intention to do with this property? Are you gonna turn this into a rental? Are you gonna try to sell it? Because is the monetary cost to repair this is probably pretty substantial.
I've already gotten it fixed.
Pardon?
I've already gotten it fixed.
Everything?
Yes.
The inspection hasn't taken
Inside-
place.
inside.
And my question is, if you don't have the ability, there is a program called Rehab to Rental. And if you qualify for that program, they will pay up to $25,000 to repair your property, but you've got to turn it into a HUD-approved housing
It's
for
already been.
5 years.
It's already been repaired.
Well, these pictures don't demonstrate much of the repair.
Well, it was minor stuff that was in there. What happened was, when my brother died, I had to, it was time consuming to clear it, and I went through court to have it cleared.
Did the property belong to your brother?
It's my brother's,
And do you own the property now?
yes.
And so are you willing to turn this into, I'm not seeing that much repair was done because I'm seeing a lot of pictures that show tremendous amount of disrepair.
All that's been fixed. Let me see. All that's been cleared, it's all, the inside is cleared, all that's out. The bathroom's been fixed, the water heater thing has
I
been
believe
fixed.
coming today
It's
would
all
have been,
clear.
it would have been nice to see pictures of that. It would have told a big story.
Well, it is, it's all clear, and this is,
And my other question to you is why did you not get your inspections done as required? You never got your roofing inspection completed. You were told to get that done. Did you all do that work yourself, or did you hire somebody to do it?
yes, I did, I hired somebody to do the roofing. It was done by a roofer, and it had a new roofing.
But he didn't call for the inspection. So as far as the
I
city's
left
records.
it up to the roofer was in charge of all that.
So so the city's position is the roof has never been inspected, correct, Toby?
Correct.
Well,
None of this work has been,
It never had a final inspection.
none of this work has been inspected, has it? You've never called for an inspection on that. But
it's done,
I'm
it's all
telling you,
clear.
an opportunity exists for you to get all that work done,
It's all done,
but we'd have to get that verified.
okay.
Those pictures don't verify
I have
anything at this point in time. But I'm
have
telling you,
that
if you're willing to get all of the work that needs to be done,
It's
there's
all-
a program out there that will pay, you don't have to pay it back, it's $25,000.
It's all done, the receipts are all here. What's been done inside.
Do we have no inspections, and you haven't called for an inspection? So I yield.
Okay, council, thank you, Councilman Horvath, Council Lady Moore.
Ms. Fitz, if you have the work done, would you be willing, could we give her, I don't know, 10 days or something to bring does it take longer than that to get, I don't know nothing about, does it take longer than that? If you say the work is done. It should, I'm not disagreeing with you, Mama, I promise I'm not. All I'm saying is, if it's done, you can say it's done, we haven't seen it. So those pictures show one wall. I'm not saying it's not done, but I think if we could give her 10 days to come in and with the picture, or take somebody to go and get it. I don't know which way the city does it. Or if you have to go to I don't know, you know what I mean? If you have to go, you go yourself. But when was that back door taken? And she said the back door is fixed. How that back door that looks new.
The building official would have to be the only one that can go and do that. The building officials, both that we got, they're the ones that actually condemn properties.
Can we give him time to go and check to see if those things are done?
If she gives us permission inside the house and take pictures and stuff, of course.
You didn't have permission to go in there the first time, and I had it posted that it was no trespassing to go in there.
And the back door was wide open. It was open to the public.
No, it's not. No one had permission because it's posted.
Ma'am, if
Okay,
it,
okay, I understand, ma'am, but you can't get aggressive or upset about it. We are where we are, and you said 10 years, we've been working on this, or we've been seeing these pictures off and on for almost 10 years. I've been seeing these pictures for a very long time. And I'm not saying it's not done, but you have to show proof, the burden of proof is on you that it's done.
It's done.
Well, then why didn't you bring up, see how many pictures you got of every room in the house on here? You should have took a picture of every room in the house.
It is.
That's one wall.
No, this is the kitchen, with the kitchen's all clear, where the back of when you open the door, the back door, all that wall has been fixed, and then where the water heater was, open, all that's been fixed. The ceiling in that kitchen has been fixed. And
Ma'am, who's ever doing your stuff, they need to go to the city and show that they have done and it has met the code. They have to do it, otherwise we can't say that it's up to code.
I have cleared the other rooms.
Any further work on the property needs to be done by a contractor and a contractor only.
It doesn't need to be done, the inside of the house to be done by a contractor. I didn't need that, that wasn't necessary. I did it myself.
Oh, my thing is, okay, you say it's done, give her 10 days, and then we do whatever we need to do, because if she can't prove that.
Yes, ma'am, the building official needs to go and see it. No, well, you still have to get a contract.
It's done.
Well, and you got on the roof and rolled the roof yourself, all by yourself?
All the roofing was done by a contractor.
Inside the house?
No, outside the house, on top of the house.
The only permit that the contractor pulled for that property was for the roof. They re-roofed it, but they never got a final inspection.
So those things need to be done.
I had a roofing done already, and the carport was done, and the roofer did it.
That's what I'm thinking, they still need a final inspection.
Well, it was already done, there's nothing wrong with it.
Should we kept, Mr. Eisema, he's our city attorney.
Mr. Mayor, this is more to clarify the posture. So this is an appeal. So in an appeal, it's not showing that she's fixed the condemnation. It's challenging the determination that you made last month. So if she hasn't shown any error in the determination last month, then you would typically uphold this. Now, getting out of condemnation problems is something that we do all the time. If people get the permits pulled for whatever repairs to be made, they make the repairs, and then the city and the individual move forward. So again, to distinguish, the question you have to decide tonight is, was there an error of law that you made last month in determining whether or not the condemnation was appropriate?
Would it be appropriate or allowable for us to have a reinspection and ask them to re-inspect it to see, to set this to rest?
So, no, because that's the equivalent of opening up the record again. The record's set. The better thing to have done would have been to show up last month and contest the findings that were presented, but that wasn't contested.
So the only thing we could do was either, if we want her to have an opportunity, is to vote no so that she can have the opportunity to bring the stuff?
No, so if you vote, so you will vote to uphold or not uphold your determination.
To not.
Yeah, so if you vote to not uphold determination, then the building is no longer condemned, and staff will have to go through the whole process again. Now, by contrast, if you uphold it, she just comes into compliance, and then the condemnation of its own accord goes away. The condemnation gives us the authority to execute a plan of remediation.
I will allow the inspector to go in and look at the work that's been done.
So if we uphold it, then she has to come and show good faith that she did it, right?
Right, yeah, so if you uphold the determination and the inspector goes out tomorrow and says, oh yeah, this is in ship shape, then the city wouldn't do
It
anything.
goes away, yeah, okay.
And she,
Just a reminder, just because it goes on condemnation doesn't mean we're gonna tear it down. It's just it could be an option for later. We have other buildings, other houses that are way worse than this one. But I think we've given her plenty of time. 10 years is a lot of time.
Do you wanna know how long it took me to go to court after my brother died? To get that house cleared before I took possession?
I'm sorry, ma'am, but that doesn't pertain to this.
Well, it's time and budgeting. And don't forget that people our age have medical to do.
I understand that, ma'am. Yes.
I just now had my cataracts removed. Now I still need more medicals.
I understand that. My mom is 79 years old. I totally understand.
Well, I'm 81 this month.
well, ma'am, then as long as, ma'am, if you allow him to go in and you can let his building inspector go in and check the facility to see if you're making a good faith effort.
I did.
I understand that, but it has to be, we've got to make sure that he also, that it meets with the proper building codes and building things that he's required to maintain are done by state law. And so, if you can show a good faith effort that you're working to get that going, then he doesn't have to condemn
I'd like to make a motion.
Did you object to the ham radio using the place for their meetings?
it. Well, I think we've been working on some other facilities for them. We've been trying to work something out for them, and so we don't have any, there's no one from them to sit there and say they're willing to take it over. And we have to, if you have that, we can get those kind of things together and you can present it to him, then he's gonna know there's a plan to get it back up in livable situations that's, where it's within the ranges of the law. So he has to have that opportunity. If you don't let him on the property, he can't see what you've done. And then this would probably be upheld. And it might be upheld anyway, but he doesn't have to condemn it if you can show a good faith effort that you either take this counselor's suggestion about the $25,000 is enough to paint it and do an awful lot of repairs on the inside. And I mean, I don't know if you painted.
I'm painting it myself.
I know, but we don't know what you've done. And he has to be able to show him that there's a plan to remediate the building, because after 10 years, it's been a long time. Now, I'm sure you're right that it can take a long time to go through and get property probated and going through the courts. I mean, I understand that. But if you can work, I think if you can work with the city about letting them look and making sure that there's a plan to bring this facility up to code, then I think he will probably work with you. And he's shaking his head, he'll do it. I mean, I don't think he enjoys being in a bad situation either, a confrontational situation. But I think he will work with you if you sit down and show that there's a plan going, but the building has to be where it's in a safe condition and not a public hazard.
It is.
Can I make the motion yet?
Council Lady Moore, yes.
I'd like to make the motion to uphold the condemnation under resolution 25-46 of the property located at 603 West Van Buren, Myers, Red, whatever, block 1, lot 11.
Second.
We have a motion made by Councilor Moore and seconded by Council Lady, Council Lady Arnold. And so on a motion board, is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll. On a motion to uphold the condemnation of this property.
Counselor
Okay,
Johnson? I'm so sorry.
pardon?
She's ready to call.
Okay,
I'm ready to call the roll.
madam, if you'll call the roll.
Counselor Johnson?
Yes.
Counselor Odessa?
Yes.
Counselor Moore?
Yes.
Counselor Corn?
Yes.
Counselor Cortez?
Aye.
Counselor Haldenbrand?
Aye.
Counselor Marujo?
Yes.
Counselor Arnold? Yes. Counselor Halverson?
Yes.
On a vote of 9-0, motion passes to uphold the.
By a vote of 9-0, the motion passes. Ma'am, I would suggest that you get with this gentleman tomorrow and have him, or have his staff show him what you've done and the plans that you have for moving forward. And I think he'll try to work with you and, I think he'll work it. Yes, ma'am. Okay,
Mr. Mayor,
yes, Council.
I move that the council go into closed session pursuant to NMSA 1978, subsection 10-15-18, 5 and 7, to discuss attorney-client privilege pertaining to threatened or pending litigation in which the city of Roswell is or may become a participant pertaining to union negotiations.
Second.
No second needed.
No second neither. Have a motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, we're gonna adjourn here for a little bit. Okay, council.
Mr. Mayor, for the record, the council is back in open session at, I don't have my watch, but 9:11. We had a closed session pursuant to the NMSA 1978 10-15-1, 8, 5, and 7 to discuss attorney-client privilege pertaining to threatened or pending litigation in which the city of Roswell is or may become a participant pertaining to union negotiations. No action was taken and no votes were cast.
Okay, so now
Let's move on to item 16.
so we have to call ourselves back in. We have to call us in or not. Okay, next we'll go to item 16.
Page 138, your back.
Page 138 or something.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Oh, Item 16 is to enter into approval to enter into a professional relationship contract with True Business Solutions to provide internal audit services for the city of Roswell. Nicole, or Tony, go ahead.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. Agenda item number 16 is to approval to enter into a professional service contract with True Business Solutions to provide internal audit services for the city of Roswell. The city is seeking to engage in a qualified firm to perform internal auditing services to strengthen internal controls, enhance compliance, and support transparency in municipal operations. The funding source for this is budgeted in the fiscal year 26 budget under the Finance Department's professional service line item. Proposed contract shall not exceed 58.5 plus applicable tax, and the agreement may be structured as a one-year term with an option to renew, subject to available funding and performance review. This has passed legal committee on their September 25th meeting, 4-0 on that meeting, and staff recommends approval, and I stand for any questions.
Okay. Are there any questions?
Mr. Chairman. You can get this on the agenda yet?
No, we have, let's see. We need to make a motion, please, for, well, we have it on here, she's discussing it. And so we have this contract for approval.
Make the motion.
So, yeah. Councilman Corn, do you have something you want to bring up?
Yeah, well, make the motion, ready?
Well,
Go ahead, Council.
that's fine, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, move to approve entering professional services contract with True Business Solutions to provide internal audit services for the city of Roswell.
Second. Okay, we have a motion by Councilor Corn, seconded by Councilor Barujo. Okay, if clerk call
Discussion.
discussion.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Cortez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I apologize as I was unable to attend the legal committee between cities in New Mexico with very poor coverage. I had a couple questions for staff on this contract. I don't know if the question would be best directed to you, Ms. Gomez, or perhaps to our esteemed counselor. I'm looking at we went through some rigmarole on this modifying the ordinance, and I'm curious as the recitals don't appear to me to reflect our ordinance that we passed in the report of the auditor. That's my first concern, and I don't know, Hess, if you want to jump in on that. I also have a question, I think, about the engagement limitations and responsibilities. Our code says that there shall be independent offices apart from city departments. And one of those is the city auditor, which we spent some time discussing, and refining some finesse by Councilor Corn on setting up an audit committee which was consistent with the special audit finding to allow for a body for the independent or the internal auditor to report to, which was a special audit recommendation. So that was sort of robust. But so we have an independent office apart from city departments, and but yet we now know that this contract says that absent a treasurer, the city shall designate an individual who possesses suitable skill, knowledge, and/or experience to understand and oversee the services, evaluate the adequacy and the results of the services. And so how is that in the contract consistent with the basic concept of the auditor, which is to be an independent office from the city departments with which that auditor is responsible to audit?
Well, I guess you're right, Counselor, and we should just scrap this until we have a treasurer.
That's cute, and I appreciate the wordplay.
No, it's consistent. There has to be somebody who liaisons on, you guys are a part-time council and a part-time mayor. So while there's no treasurer, the mayor typically doesn't appoint the treasurer, simply has somebody who helps the auditor with the day-to-day.
Counselor, you're the city attorney, who is also an independent office apart from the city department. Do you have a person that, in the absence of someone else, designates, we see you over, we understand and oversee your service? Do we have someone that is over you besides the governing body?
The mayor and governing body, yeah.
Okay. So no other city department person oversees you?
No, but by contrast, were there no city attorney, by custom, the manager who has control over the rest of my department would simply work through and utilize my deputy.
Okay, so just so I'm clear, we're basically saying that, which the absence of a treasurer is of course a choice, right? Of a member of a governing body, right, in particular the mayor, that if we don't have one, that's okay, we'll just appoint someone from the city department to oversee this true business solutions.
Or an officer.
But oversee their services. And this person is supposed to be an independent contractor.
Yes. Well,
in the same contract, we discussed their independent nature, that they have the sole right to control and direct the means, manners, and method by which the services performed.
Yes.
But yet we're going to provide someone to oversee them. And someone who doesn't meet the qualifications of the auditor, unless we have a CPA in our midst that I don't know about. So let me just go clear. I just want to take this one home. I'm going to land this, because we're going to get some runway here. We'd like to talk about airplane. Mm-hmm. We're going to hire an independent auditor to audit the functions of the city. And we're going to simultaneously, which we can choose not to do, we're going to appoint someone in the city to oversee them when they are supposed to be independent from that.
I think your reading of the word oversee is overly literal.
Does oversee have a different meaning?
Well, would you like to define?
Does it come from overseer or from the Latin? Are we going to go that far?
So what definition of oversee, if you define it for me, I'll tell you if that's the definition.
Well, I have employees and I oversee them.
So would you feel more comfortable with a city employee shall monitor to make sure that the independent auditor complies with their contract?
I thought the independent auditor was supposed to be an independent appointed office by the city.
You've chosen, the mayor has
that reports to
chosen
the treasurer.
So, well, are we talking about the recitals or the ordinance?
It just doesn't seem particularly independent, because report is a very important function when you're establishing who people report to in an organization.
All right, so let's go back through the contract. So the recitals, generally, are just kind of a general statements that are not binding upon a contract, but give background to what the contract is about.
Does the ordinance say, wherefore the auditor shall report to the governing body and the mayor?
The ordinance itself states that the office of the treasurer shall have an internal city auditor, separate from the state mandated external auditor. The internal, so in that regard, it is not a independent office as you suggested.
But the internal auditor is an independent office in our ordinance.
Officer,
Right.
not office. Now, the internal auditor shall be nominated by the mayor for approved by the governing body. This contract is an execution of that action. If approved, the internal auditor will be employed through the treasurer's office. The internal city auditor, so consistent. Now, this is a contract, so you'd have the treasurer's office administer the contract in that case. The internal city auditor will report to the governing body through the audit committee, comprised of the treasurer and the chairs of the finance, legal, public safety, and infrastructure committee.
Does the ordinance say they shall report to the mayor?
It does not.
Okay,
However,
so
the
is that-
treasurer does report to the mayor, so it is a indirect report. Yeah. Counselor, if you've got amendments to the contract, make them.
Well, I'm just curious about those things.
I'm very comfortable with this. And the important part here is, as we've written into the contract, the auditor has to follow, as part of their contract, specific ethical obligations imposed by their own independent governing authority.
Right.
If there's language you believe this would tighten up, I'm happy to show you where to amend it or how. But I think I can't make the motion, so I guess anyway, the treasurer, comprised of the treasurer and the chairs of the finance, legal, public safety, and infrastructure committee. So I would say structurally that also moves the mayor is twofold. So first, the treasurer does report to the mayor and the governing body, and also the mayor appoints the chairs of finance, legal, public safety, and infrastructure. So yeah, he does have some overhead control, but let's keep going. The treasurer shall chair the audit committee. So the committee they report to is in fact chaired by an officer of the corporation. Any action requested shall be appropriate standing to the governing body committee. So actual actions coming out of this audit position would have to be referred to the 11 of you, the mayor being one of them as well. All reports shall be available upon request of a governing body member. So while the language is not precise, mea culpa, it is not inconsistent.
Okay. I have one more question about the engagement limitations responsibility. I was curious, and maybe I don't know the technical term here, so I'll be prepared to appear dumb, and I may not know what this means, but I would like to know what the word in paragraph, the consultant has no responsibility to identify and communicate deficiencies in the city's internal control is. And what is the definition of the city's internal control? And is that not a process that we're expecting to be audited? I just don't understand that implication of that sentence.
That's almost Roswell Green.
Excuse me?
That's almost Roswell Green, that lobsters.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, Roswell Green. Mr. Mayor, Councilor Cortez, would you please repeat the question?
Yeah, I was just curious. I didn't know what this term meant. I assumed it was a financial term. I'm on page 140. I'm on paragraph 3, the consultant's engagement. It says the consultant has no responsibility to identify and communicate deficiencies in the city's internal control. And I just didn't know what internal control meant in the context of that paragraph.
It's a attestation, so there's no assurance. The internal controls for the city of Roswell are the internal controls such as policy, procedure, ordinance, and actual procedures that are followed to ensure the transactions are done properly.
So the auditor doesn't audit those functions of the city?
They do. They in fact do, but they don't attest or give an opinion to the internal controls on a whole for the city.
Okay, thank you. Yes, sir. I think he answered the question.
Thank you.
So that's it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any further comments? Okay, so let's see. Oh gosh, on a motion by, I don't think I've broken it down. On a motion by Councilor Corn and a second by Councilor Marujo, to enter into approval to enter into a professional service contract with True Business Solutions to provide internal audits for the city of Roswell. On a motion by Councilor Corn, second by Councilor Marulo. Any further comments? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Counselor Johnson?
Yes.
Counselor Oropesa?
Yes.
Counselor Moore?
Yes.
Counselor Corn?
Yes.
Counselor Cortez?
No, with no offense to Ms. Sharp.
Counselor Hildebrand?
Aye.
Counselor Marulo?
Yes.
Counselor Arnold?
No.
Counselor Halverson?
Yes.
I believe that's by a vote of 7-2.
7-2, that is correct.
The approval has been entered into. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you all for being here. And your partner over there has been doodly staying right there. It's been good. Thank you. Thank you all very much. So after 16, now we're back on to, we're back on 27.
25.
It's 25, I'm sorry. It's, item 25, approve a budget adjustment of $127,934 for inclusive lease, the extension of the current approval for $21,794. Repairs, maintenance, and utilities estimated at $45,000, and approval of the purchase order for $61,140 for the lease at the Air Center property for collection, storage, and staff. Councilman Corn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move we approve the budget adjustment of $127,934 that would include repairs, maintenance, utilities, and lease at the Roswell Air Center.
We have a motion by Councilman Corn. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilor Johnson. Thank you. Any further comments? Seeing none, if the clerk will call the roll.
Counselor Johnson?
Yes.
Counselor Oropesa?
Yes.
Counselor Moore?
Yes.
Counselor Corn?
Yes.
Counselor Cortez?
Aye.
Counselor Hildebrand?
Aye.
Counselor Marujo?
Yes.
Counselor Arnold?
Yes.
Counselor Halverson?
Yes.
By a vote of 9-0, the motion passes.
Okay. So item, 27, okay. Next we go to, item 25 is duly passed to the council approving the adjustment of $127,000 as stated in the minutes. Okay, next we go to item 27.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay,
I move to approve the scope of work for the RFP for the Air Service Department for the Roswell Air Center.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilor Hildebrand to approve the scope for work for the RFP for the for air service at the Roswell Air Service Development at the Roswell Industrial Air Center.
Second.
And the second by Councilor Moore. Any questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Moore.
Mr. Mayor, I noted in the workup that this hadn't been to any city council committees. So I would propose that we move this to legal for further review. Second.
So, Mr. Mayor, that was put on the agenda by the mayor, emergency in keeping with.
Oh, I know, we put it on, it says so right here. This item was brought to the board or committee and is recommended by the mayor, was not brought to the board or committee, is recommended by Mayor Jennings. I get that, but I don't understand, this is like the front page of the newspaper. I just need to have a little more discussion about this. In my opinion.
Mr. Mayor, I do want to point out that at least under the current procurement policy that the council ratified in 2017, this can go directly and is supposed to go directly on the consent agenda.
Okay.
Well, it didn't, but I got a motion. And I got a second.
There's a reason why I put this on the agenda. We have a contract with, and some individuals for air service and procuring air service to our community. And they're, in dealing with the air service that we have now, we feel that there's an opportunity that is available to us if we strike quickly, that we might be able to expand the air service that we have in serving our community, which would be a great, I think, there will be some cost. There will be a great financial interest to our community on improving the air service and the competitiveness we have in getting air service into this community. And that's why we have a contract. We have a contract that we have with a professional staff that advise us on things that are going on in the air community and about where we can enhance the air service into our community. And that's why I asked that this go on. It's, I understand it's different, but in today's times, there's a lot of changing things that are going on in air service right now. And we need to have if we have the ability to help stabilize our air service in our community, I think it would help us to a great deal.
Are you anticipating that this could be something that would violate our contract with our present group?
No, I don't think it would violate any contract.
I don't see the problem going through normal process, normal procedure. On the face of it, Mr. Mayor, I'm in favor of this. I got it. It's a possibility, maybe. And we've been talking about this kind of thing for a while. And I think it needs to be done. I think we need to have full discussion. We don't get full discussions in here that we get in committees. We just don't. And so I've looked at this draft scope of work. I think it would be fine. But I got some questions that I need to vet out. And I know in the airplane business, things change on a dime. I got that. I used to be involved a lot more than I am now. But I don't think the door is going to close. And there's some funding that's available that we're going to have to get this thing going if we get that far. And not only that, but we've got some changes that have to be made at the terminal building to make this fly. And there's just a lot to this than just sending out an RFP to see if somebody's interested. That's what this is. Request for proposal. So should go on the committee, in my opinion, and that's the reason why I made the motion I made.
I'll hear from Ms. Thompson, please.
Well, what we're asking for today is just approval to go with the request for proposal. It does not commit the city or the council members, of course, to anything beyond looking to see what may be available out there. It doesn't commit any funds or anything beyond just finding out who might be interested in providing air service.
Well, this is a fishing expedition, I get that. And I don't know why it's so important to get it on this meeting.
Well, one of the reasons it was important for the scheduling is because of the time frame. To get anything within the first quarter of next year, schedules are made in November of this year. So in order to try to get service in the most expeditious, of course, we want to make sure it's carefully financed through grants and things, but to get it done in a timely fashion, we have to have something out on the streets to show we're interested in additional service before the November. And this shows that we are interested in additional service.
Got a motion, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I have a question, Bobby. It seemed to me that, just looking at this, that the next item is similar or in conjunction with this item.
So the next item is something that actually we need today, but it would also benefit us if we were able to attract additional airlines. And the reason I say that today is we've had often occurrences, multiple times in any given month, where a flight is delayed and the next flight comes in and we have people that have to wait till minutes before their flight to start going through security because there's no room in the current hold, which only holds 90 people.
Is this service, any service we give, is it contingent upon that terminal improvement?
It is not.
It is not. Okay, so we get the service without the terminal improvement. Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any further comments?
Mr. Mayor.
Oh, Councilman Hildebrand.
Yeah, I just question you, Bobby. Do we not have a consultant who we hired to go out and find these services? Where's his report on this topic? And did it go to the Airport Advisory Commission?
Yes, he reports to that commission on a fairly routine basis as the commission wants. He tends to be a bit long-winded, so we try to restrict how many times he reports. But he's the one that brought this concept to us.
So he's the one who's made this connection, that's thinking that United is, this is basically, the way the RFP is written, it's only written for United.
Correct, because that is the one he's identified as having an interest in the type of service that would benefit us.
So my question is, when we wrote this RFP and United rejects us, then we're back to the drawing board, we won't send it out to anybody else?
No, we will start the process over again for us.
Start it all over again?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, I'm personally of the certain belief that we suffer greatly because we only have a single carrier, both from a service standpoint of the comments we get from the customers that use American, their schedule, their pricing and everything, because they do have a monopoly. Bobby,
you don't know how we really suffered here when we had Mesa Airlines. That's suffering. So we have made big leaps and bounds from those days.
Well, I would like to make bigger leaps and bounds.
Councilor President.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, I'm just wondering, why the Denver airport instead of the Phoenix? Because we used to go down Phoenix.
Well, one advantage, which has certainly led to this discussion, was the fact that if you want to go west, you have to go east first. So we definitely wanted a western flight. In looking at the Phoenix opportunities, the only Phoenix opportunity would be an additional American flight. And we've held many discussions with American folks about that, and they simply do not have an interest in adding that flight. The other advantage of having a Denver flight is the fact that once you get into Denver, you can go anywhere in the world. They have a lot more connection opportunities out of Denver than you would Phoenix.
And then we're only looking at United Airlines.
At this time.
At this time, so is there a possibility that there may be another airline that might, if United denies it, they might pick it up?
Well, I don't know about a Phoenix destination, but what typically happens in these situations, if we can keep load factors at about 75% level, and we have a second airline, all of a sudden we become attractive to a third airline.
And so this is not in conjunction with the other communities in the area, right? This is Roswell going at it on their own.
This is us trying to make our airport better.
And are we willing to negotiate a certain percentage, guarantee a certain percentage, like we have right now with American Airlines?
I don't think I understand the question.
Well, right now, we have to guarantee that
yes.
we have to support, what, 70%?
You're exactly right, yes, sir.
But we've never had to pay that, which is good because the load factors are good. Now,
But again, if I understand the history a little bit, I think it was Reynoso, Artesia, Carlsbad, they all came into the group that allowed us to be able to guarantee the 70% in order for the city not to pay.
yes, one thing we've looked at in the process of the development of this RFP, we currently have what's called a SCSI grant, which is Small Community Air Service Development. We still have $750,000 in that account that can be used for development. And then the state has come up with a service program of their own, a minimum revenue guarantee program, which is a 2-year program at $2.25 million per year. So we would operate under that. So it wouldn't be a cost to the city. It would be through that type of grant.
Okay. Well, because United is not very far from here to Hobbs.
I would not commit you to provide the guarantee from the city, sir.
So I'm not too sold on, unless we have something here in writing that will spell out exactly what is it that we're going to be negotiating.
Well, that would come with their response.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
If I might, if the flight that they have from, there's a flight that goes to Hobbs and then goes on down, he goes down to Houston.
Yep.
And this flight would take us, go from Roswell back up to Denver. And if we can get back to that, you could go east and west without having to backtrack. And going west is a real problem. American has never been able to get their system where it comes through from Phoenix to here. They've never been able to get enough people to go there. If it's because we don't go to, maybe if they went to Las Vegas and then Las Vegas to Roswell, maybe that might be better. But they've never been able to get that Phoenix route up where they can really justify that as well. And this way we can at least, whoever can get there, just like the people this morning, they were all happy to go to Albuquerque because they fly straight to Albuquerque to Denver. In Denver, they turn around and can fly anywhere in California. And, you know, anything west from there goes straight to Phoenix. Phoenix, any of those places, it's really easy to get there. So it just gives us another way for people to go west. And I think that's a real big issue. But, and the Denver airport, since they moved it out into the country, kind of like DFW was when it started, they have a lot more larger planes trafficking up much further distances. Like from, when I went to Taipei, we flew to Dallas, we flew from Taipei, from Dallas all the way to Tokyo and never stopped. 14 hours in 777 or 787. And so those longer flights, they have a lot more of those coming out of Denver than they do. Not, they don't have them out of Phoenix or anywhere else. Dallas, they have them, and this is a way to open up a lot of travel for people east and west for vacations and everything else. And it would, in my opinion, it would also give, it would be, I believe in competition, and I think it gives everybody a little thing to keep everybody on the up and up about the prices of your tickets as they come in here. Because sometimes our tickets into Roswell are extremely expensive. And air shows, I mean, they go way out there. And so I know this is different. We've got a consultant that's gone through there to look. He thinks it's a thing for us to look at. We're not committed. We can go and negotiate that, but we can look. It gives us enough time to get it by March to where we can negotiate with what we can get from the FAA about better service, better scanning capabilities. It's very difficult in our service. It takes a minute to a minute and a quarter or half for every person to go through that line. So if you have, you know, it's a long time, if you've got 100 passengers have to go through that, it can take a long time to get through there, almost 2 hours. So that's why it's important, I think, to keep moving in a positive direction and allow us to see where we can get. And we can get the services scheduled, and when they know when the schedules are, they're gonna know if they're both at the same time, that they're gonna have some we'll have problems here when they start scheduling them. There's times here where we had two American flights that left right together, you could have all kinds of people in that terminal. So, it just gives us an opportunity to, let's look and see, and, it's what our consultant that we've hired to look at that thinks we ought to do. Nobody's committed to this, so nobody has to, we all still have to go and make decisions, but if there's an offer that somebody will put us out there on out on the table for us to get service here, let's see if we can't make it. I mean, because I think we need the service here. I think it would be very economically benefit to our community.
Well, and I've heard often about the Phoenix flight from many people, and I do know that one of the things that entered into that, having done work for the Phoenix system, is they have a little bit higher end gate rates and stuff for their airlines, so that obviously has a ripple effect as any airline goes in there. And then, of course, to go back to Councilman Ford's question, if we do get a favorable response that we would want to bring to council, it would have to go through the legal and the finance and everything, and process for you folks to take a good hard look at anything for any commitment made.
So, Councilman Hildebrand.
Well, you say that, Ms. Thompson, and you're saying that they set their schedules in November. We couldn't get this thing through council until January.
No, I can appreciate that.
It won't happen until January, just the way that the schedule has to work in slow-moving government.
But,
so getting it to this, to them in November, and put it on the schedule, government moves so slow in the process you've got to go through. Ms. Thompson, it's not going to happen first quarter.
oh, certainly not a commitment, because like you said, there's many steps for it to go through. But the fact that they would commit to a potential flight would get it on their temporary schedule. If you miss that opportunity, we don't go with an RFP now, the first thing you would have is in the second quarter of next year.
Right, that's the earliest you're gonna see this.
Well, that for a full commitment, yes, sir.
Yeah, so we won't see flight service till sometime mid next year, possibly, correct?
If everything comes together, there's a lot of pieces.
A lot of ifs, yeah, okay, that answers my question, thank you.
Any further questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I would like to point out the problem with Phoenix is the Cardinals. Just as an NFC West guy, like a Seahawks guy, I just wanted to point that out. That's the real problem. I'm not gonna say anything about the Broncos yet, but the Seahawks did beat the Broncos in the Super Bowl, so. Just to make sure that's on the record. Before I'm no longer here, I just wanted to put that out there for everybody. You're welcome. Go Hawks.
All right, let's move on.
Okay,
So you got a motion from Corn.
So we have a motion from.
Move to legal.
Move to legal. We have a motion to move it to legal by Council Corn. Is there a second?
So he did.
Darrell did. Oh, you did.
Can you repeat the motion again?
The motion is to move this item to legal.
Okay.
Okay, is there any further, I know we've had discussion, so if the clerk will call the roll.
Counselor Johnson?
Yes.
Counselor Oropesa?
Yes.
Counselor Moore?
No.
Counselor Corn?
Yes.
Counselor Cortez?
Aye.
Counselor Hildebrand?
Aye.
Counselor Marujo?
Yes.
Counselor Arnold?
Yes.
Counselor Halverson?
Yes.
Okay, next we have item 28.
I got you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, go ahead, Councilman Hildebrand.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we move the approval of the scope of work for RFP security hold room facility at the Roswell Air Center.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second by Councilor Presa. Okay, so let's see, we have a motion, to approve the scope of work for RFP and the, security holding facility for the Roswell Air Center. Okay, a motion and a second by Councilor Hildebrand, second by Councilor Presa. Ms. Thompson, please.
So this is a request for proposal so we can start exploring the opportunities of having additional hold area. The current hold area holds 90 people. We're looking at aircraft that, seat 120. So you can automatically see where the problem is there, and with additional aircraft or airlines coming in, that just exacerbates the problem further. And then, as I mentioned earlier, when you have a delayed flight, for whatever the reason the delay is, whether it's weather or mechanical, then you have people sitting in a very small room very tightly for hours on end sometimes, and then the second flight comes in and we can't really do anything with people that are ready to go through security to go out on that flight. So this has been an ongoing problem that we've had already, so we're looking for a temporary solution, with the long-term solution being to eventually find funding through grants and so forth for a new terminal.
Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Councilor Corn.
Mr. Mayor, I was looking through this scope of work, and I've got some heartburn about this. I'd much rather this subject go through infrastructure committee, so we can get a handle on this, but on the, under the scope of work, second paragraph, must be designed to accommodate, but maybe that's not it. First, where did I see that? Oh, it's the last paragraph under scope of work on page 199. Proposal is responsible for all design services, construction, utility connections, inspections, and testing to ensure the facility is fully compliant with TSA, FAA, and ADA. By the way, you get your security stuff from the TSA, not the FAA. And all the applicable federal, state, local building codes. This is an in-house bid. I don't know all the contractors that can fulfill this requirement locally. Might be one, might be two. And I'm surprised this didn't go through infrastructure before it landed here. And once again, we got to find money to pay for this thing. We don't know how much that is, and I understand that's the reason why you do an RFP, see if you can afford it. But there's process, and the process needs to be followed. And going to committee is part of that process. So, and we got a motion on the floor, made our attorney mad, he left. I don't think making a motion to send to committee is proper at this time, so I don't know what you're gonna do to get out of this box, but the way it is right now, I'm just not comfortable with this kind of stuff. Need to get it to committees that are responsible for those areas of work and get their input on all this stuff. Maybe an
a simple rewrite of this paragraph that I brought up, I don't know. Because I haven't had a chance to talk to anybody about this, to see what they're thinking about, and certainly haven't reached out anywhere to find out the pluses and minuses on this thing. We've discussed before, and I'm gonna assume that that our airport commission hadn't looked at this either. We've been talking about at one point, we were talking about a complete new terminal, not just an addition to. And I don't know where that discussion is. It's kind of died, for lack of any motion or movement. And I just think that this needs to go to needs to be heard in committee.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Hildebrand.
Ms. Thompson, I do have a question about the same paragraph there, but my question's a little different. The proposer is responsible for providing all design services. Do we not, was it Molson? Corbin? Are they not our firm out there that this should have been tasked to for them to do the design work? Do we not already pay them for that kind of work?
We pay them by the job, not on a flat fee.
Right,
So
but they know airports.
certainly Molson Corbin and Armstrong Lochner.
They know airports where a local contractor here doesn't know a dang thing about these airports. If we were to hire somebody on a local level and then they gotta go gain all that expertise and all that knowledge, would it be more beneficial to control the cost if we were to have our own firm
Well,
come up with a design?
The idea here was to let someone else have that cost and come back to us with an idea, then we can review it with our engineers.
But if a contractor does it, it's how it works. If they go sub out and get that work done and they charge $100,000, well, guess what? That's gonna be $115,000. They're gonna add on. That's just what they do.
Well, if they get the job.
And so if you did it with Molson, you're not gonna have to pay that add-on. In my opinion. Because I just know when contractors do pass through, they tack on additional for their overhead or whatever they have associated with it. So would this not make sense that we should have our own internal people that we currently contract come up with a design, and then we can get a contractor's estimate on it and then put it out for bid?
Well, I would like to see some initial costs that no cost to us before I would farm it out to our own engineers for additional money. So this would be free information as opposed to paying one of our engineers for information.
But you're not gonna get these, they're not gonna give you their architectural renderings. They're gonna tell you about them, but they're gonna own them. You're not gonna own them. They don't have to give you their architectural renderings. They don't have to give you anything.
They have to give us something with the proposal.
They'll give you the proposal, but you will not own those drawings. Those are the drawings that belong to them, if I recall. And so I just question, would we not be better, because they're gonna go to somebody who knows about airports, who knows about all these requirements, and not have to pay the add-on.
Well, the requirements for this particular facility are not really that difficult. I mean, to find TSA, it's a box, if you will. And it's a box that does have to meet certain TSA requirements, absolutely. ADA requirements, I would think any contractor is very familiar with ADA requirements. The TSA requirements, we can tell them what those are. I mean, those are very straightforward and clearly written in the regulations as well. There's nothing terribly complex about this whole room. It's a box that has certain security and certain ADA things, which I would
You
think.
honestly have you have more knowledge. I have no knowledge of this.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, it's a box, and the box with bathrooms, which obviously they're familiar with. Security CCTV cameras are pretty common for people to understand now. Of course, ADA is very widely known.
All I'm attempting to try to look at is put this on a level playing field, that our local people could be involved in making a bid on this if we had the architectural rendering or concept or something given to them with those with what you're saying are the TSA requirements went along with this RFP. Because then it'll put it on a level playing field that we don't have to depend upon somebody from Albuquerque coming down here or Amarillo or wherever somebody may come from, that we could make this a simplified process so that we can get local contractors to bid on this job.
Unfortunately, our head of security, and I've already had discussions on this, and he's very clear about what's needed. I mean, he absolutely knows what's needed.
Would you put that in your RFP?
We can do that, yes.
I mean, so the scope needs to change here then.
Yeah, we can modify.
If that's what you want to do, if that's what we're trying to do here, but I'm inclined, again, we need to move on this, but no further.
Mr. Mayor, Ms. Thompson, I was curious where this is like an add-on to the terminal?
Yeah, the concept is where you have the current hold room, if you've flown out of there, where you now depart to go out onto the ramp to get on the aircraft, a hallway to get into the secondary building.
Okay, yeah. But this has to integrate with the terminal itself.
Correct. I mean, obviously a new terminal would be a choice, but that's further out and a lot more money.
Yes, ma'am. Speaking to what Mr. Councilman Brand was saying, we are doing a lot of work on the terminal, so do we have like a lot of base knowledge of the terminal, the integrations and systems with all the remodeling that we've been doing out here for a while?
My thought would be that at the point where we can find about $40 million for a new terminal, that the existing terminal could be leased out for other purposes.
I guess what I was saying is we're doing all this work out here with the current engineering group. So, but this has got to kind of integrate with that, right?
Yes.
So we already have like a baseline to snap into.
And we do have previous drawings that were done by a couple other engineers that the airport had previously that did additional add-on spaces. So we do have some previous concept drawings on additional areas similar to this.
Okay, thank you.
Sounds good.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Hello, Bobby. This sounds like a great idea. And it sounds like you've got a nice plan going and started here, and I really look forward to hearing about this more. It looks like to me it's kind of like a borderline design build as they go, but you know, you said you already have a lot of the plans, you already have a lot of ideas. Basically, you got your arms wrapped around a good scope of work. And if we could get that, you know, with an engineer drawing and everything, we can put it out locally and turn it in from an RFP to an ITB, and get it out to bids and get a little more competition. And what would be great to tag onto this would be an engineer's estimate. And because really an engineer's estimate would like give us a great idea of what the cost associated with this is. And when we have a cost associated with it, we can actually, you know, get our arms really wrapped around it, knowing what the cost is, where we're going, and what it's going to cost us to get there. But man, this is great. And if you already have a design, pretty much, maybe in your mind or wrapped, you know, your arms wrapped around something, because you know, you mentioned that it's got the screens and all this stuff, and I hope it's not on CNN. But we get all the monitors on there, seating, bathrooms. Doesn't sound complex. But an engineer's estimate would go a long way with it. I think Mulvin and Corbin, I think there'd be a great asset to get this started with an engineer's estimate. Put an ITB out and run with it. Just an idea.
Yeah.
Because I look forward to seeing this. I really do.
No, appreciate all the input.
Awesome. Bobby, thank you so much and for everything you do. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Mayor. Yes, Councilman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, I recall being at one of the airport meetings, and we had several different designs for just an easy item. And some of them I liked, some of them I didn't like, some of them needed a little tweaking. We've been down this road. I don't understand why we're going about it this way. And we can flush it out in committee a lot easier than we can here, because we'll have a chance to do to do this. I mean, I think your idea, Councilor Johnson, is great. We've already got some potential designs already drawn. I don't know what happened to that paperwork, those plans that we were looking at.
We do have 3 different sets of concept drawings that have similarity to this.
Okay, nice. So why do we need somebody to design it? It sounds like we've got everything in-house pretty close. We've already got somebody that's very familiar with the airport, all the rules that go with that. So why do we have somebody else gonna provide this design service?
Well, what we have is pretty generic. It doesn't really deal with the specifics of unisex bathrooms, security. It's basically a footprint drawing in 3 different ways to expand terminal space, but not specifics to really, more of a rendering than an engineering drawing.
3 options. And I think, I mean, construction, utility connections, inspections, and testing, and compliant with all the rules, I think that's consistent. So, I'm just really concerned about those words, design services. I think we can get that done, as Councilman Hildebrand pointed out, probably at a more reasonable rate, because we've already got somebody on board that does that kind of work. And then we don't have to worry about an add-on or anything else. Or somebody that can just take the whole thing from design, from concept, design to completion. And the way this is worded, looks like that's what you're looking for, somebody that can take it from concept to design to completion. And I don't see any checks and balances in here of all that's going on. We accept it, and then they're off to the races. They want to paint the walls red, I guess they can. I don't know. I mean, I understand that this is what it is, an RFP. I got it. And that's just a request for proposals. And a couple of things I've noticed over the years, RFPs, sometimes you get lots of inquiries, sometimes you get none. And I think if we did it the way we wanted to do it, use our planners that we already have, we're paying a fee every year for them. I know this is an add-on, but then you've got a set of plans, and then you can just go right to construction, and then you can make them responsible as part of that construction bid for construction inspection, testing, and compliance with the rules. You say the rules are easy, you got all that stuff. Well, see, I mean, this, if I was looking at this, somebody that's specially configured to do airport construction, the only people can look at this. That's the reason why you're supposed to go to committees, so you can work out these details.
Well, you're certainly right. I mean, there's not too many things that are as regulated as airports.
Oh, yeah, I've been operating off airports my entire life. I know more.
And they just keep adding more regulations.
I know more about that than I care to sometimes. But that's, I mean, without some amendment or something, I can't support this.
No, I appreciate the input.
Okay, House Lady Arnold.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Thompson, I love the fact that you're bringing so many new ideas. I do have a question. When did this come up? I mean, when did you start working to bring this forward?
Well, we've been trying to figure out how to improve our air service since I've been here, because I can see several gaps and needs there. So in working with our air service consultant, he saw a window of opportunity in knowing what was going on in the overall region, and thought the timing was right to get this done, especially with the state program for the minimum revenue guarantee and the process to get that. And he had seen, for example, Farmington went through a very similar process
and that's how they were able to get air service in Farmington. So we wanted to take advantage of that same opportunity, and that's why we brought this to you.
So the air service deferment regarding expanding the TSA area?
Well, we knew we needed that anyway, but we thought with the additional carrier, if we have an additional carrier, that just made the demands a lot higher.
So my dilemma is, why should I think this is more of an emergency than any other thing that's presented? To me, there's a process, and that process is there for a reason. Like I said, don't misunderstand me. I love that you guys are completely ramped, but everything has to go through that process for me to just allow this to continue to go, because that's 2 items that haven't gone to committee. And so that's not fair to anyone else who presents. You know, yes, I understand that you're working and things are moving, but everything is a process. And actually being on top of that process in your planning is how you get things to move faster. Because at this point, I'm not in favor of it because I don't think my people know enough about it.
Well, I think that there was an opportunity window that opened, and we wanted to take advantage of it to try to get service here a little sooner. So we'll certainly follow your recommendations and go through the process, but that probably puts us a year out.
Actually, sir,
Further comment?
I'm sorry, I didn't know, because I didn't want to say this. The hard part of that is, I think there were people sitting at a table with me in 2023 when I'm like asking, why aren't we started on this? Let's get moving. We need additional air carriers here. And so putting it in front of me like this, I find it kind of disrespectful in not including us in the process and communicating with us, because now I have to vote no on something I've been asking for 2 years, because there is a process.
Well, I'm very sorry if anything I've done seems disrespectful, because it certainly did not mean it.
Yes, you did. We did, made a motion.
There's a motion on that.
It's not a high enough motion. And if we vote it down, Mr. Mayor, let me go over some rules with you real quick. It's my understanding that if we vote this down, then it can't be brought back for 6 months. And I get that. But you've got a motion on the table and a second to pass this thing. So the only way out of this predicament is for them to remove their motion, and then we can send it on to infrastructure.
Or amend the motion that was made. Of course, our attorney's not here to tell us what the truth of that is.
Well, nobody's offered any amendments. Amendments always before us, but I mean, you know, it's not proper for me to discuss and then make an amendment. But I guess my sticking point is design services, and the whole thought process on this thing seems to be a little bit out of whack. I think this, the previous, the air service development, I'm all for that. But to get to a point where if you don't follow the process, then why am I here? Why am an elected official sitting at this counter at this dais if I can't fulfill my obligation? And both of these do not allow me, in my opinion, to fulfill my obligation.
You made the motion, and you just have to amend.
Well, I hope I know you.
We've got a motion on the floor for Councilman Hammond, Councilor President.
Well, I'm gonna remove my motion.
So you don't have a motion anymore?
Okay, so make another motion.
Okay, I'll make a motion. Mr. Mayor, I move that we move item 28 to the infrastructure committee.
Second.
Any further discussion? Clerk, call the roll.
Counselor Johnson?
Item 28 to the infrastructure committee.
Counselor Oropesa?
Yes.
Counselor Moore?
No.
Counselor Corn?
Yes.
Counselor Cortez?
Aye.
Counselor Hildebrand?
Aye.
Counselor Marujo?
Yes.
Counselor Arnold?
Yes.
Counselor Halverson?
You still there?
I hear snoring.
She took a nap.
Counselor Halverson, are you still with us?
It might be a time zone difference.
So she might forget to unmute herself.
Yes.
Okay,
So what are you gonna do?
Counselor Halverson? Okay. I think she's gone. So by a vote of 7 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative, the motion to send this to infrastructure committee, it passes.
Thank you for your time and coming.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next item. 29, the ratification of appeal number 22-600-879 to Desert West Enterprises in the amount of $171,000 for paving the entry and drop-off and walkway to the National Championship Air Races. Councilor Corn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that we ratify PO 22-600-879 Desert West Enterprises for $171,992.72, and I have debate.
We have a motion by Councilor Corn. Is there a second? Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Councilor Corn and a second by Councilor Marujo to approve the ratification of PO number 22-600-879 to Desert West Enterprises, amount of $171,992.72 for paving the entry to the walkway of the National Championship Air Races. Is there any further discussion?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Corn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I've got a question. So this PO is dated 8/18. And the date of the estimate is 8/7. So when did you know this was gonna happen? When did you know that we were gonna need to do this? You're standing there, answer the question.
I think that's a fair question, Counselor. You know, obviously, we knew for a while that an entrance was required to the National Championship Air Races. I would like to point out that, you know, we didn't identify the funding source, which is state tourism grant funds, until about May, and we got some agreements from the state, but that funding was not budgeted until August 14th, and that was via resolution 24-44, and we couldn't issue the purchase order until after that funding was budgeted. Also, you know, we hadn't completed the design process. The drawings weren't stamped until August 13th.
Well, Mr. Mayor, we had a finance committee on the 5th of August. And we've known for a long time this was coming on. And once again, I mean, and I can tell you, I know everything's moving fast on it. But if anybody would have called me and said, can you have a special finance committee to get this stuff approved, you'd be surprised how fast I could work whenever I'm motivated. And so I can't believe that we weren't far enough down the road to pass something in finance committee that's subject to the final ratification or whatever. You said on August 15th, say when the money was actually ready to go?
August 14th.
August 14th, subject to this money coming on board on the 14th. It's easy to do. I understand how the process works when you're dealing with money from Santa Fe and stuff. Done all my life. You can always make it, you can pass it subject to approval of the funds. And it, by the 15th, we look here real quick, I bet we'd had a city council meeting. Yes, the 14th, we would have had a city council meeting, and you would have known, and we could have passed it with a clear conscience. Is that a problem? Can you understand what I'm saying here? There's a process, and we're not following our process. This is a backdoor approach for approving work that's already been done. Now, I don't want to hold Desert West up, because I know those guys. And I know the next two, and you're going to hear essentially the same comments from me on the next two. You know what the process is. Figure out how to use the process. That means you have to plan a little further into the future when this stuff's coming up. You need to let people know that we're gonna have to do this, we're gonna have to do that, we're gonna have to do this other thing. And it's all subject to this appropriation that we suspect will be done by the 14th or 6th or whatever day. And, because that's not a secret. That's not a secret. And I'm just tired of these end runs, Mr. Mayor. Getting darn tired of it. And that's the reason why I was one of the 2 no votes on this, because I'm tired of the backdoor end run process. Tired of it.
Councilor Corn, I would just tell you, you know, we went through those air races and we had a lot of different funding mechanisms that came together from many different departments of the state that helped us get things done. There, a lot of the staff, everybody was putting a lot of hours in and a lot of time, and just like city employees. And yes, things got a little hairy around, I guess, a little bit between different days about when the approval came for all those things to get that air race ready, to get the thing up. I mean, the FAA screwed everything up from the start when they screwed up our bleachers. And a lot of things never got much better than that. And you know, when you turn around and look, it's easy to come back. Some things were handled a little differently, and paperwork was probably delayed. But, you know, I think, I don't know that we necessarily have to dump on all the staff and holler for a lot of things that happened. I think the people, yes, there were some timing differences around about where the money came from, which department it was coming from. But, you know, all in all, I think we put together a good thing. We did it as quick as we could. And, you know, I don't, just quarterbacking it at the end and giving everybody hell, because when I think people really worked hard to get the air show in here and get it functioning and going.
Air races,
Excuse
not
me?
air show.
Excuse me?
Air
You have-
races.
Excuse me, you have your time, you can speak when you're asked, but this is my time. And I'm just saying, I don't know that we gain a lot by, being yes, things are getting better, they're a hell of a lot better than they were 4 years ago. But there are problems. We were attempting something that was a very large project with a lot of moving targets. And I just don't think we should go after staff necessarily. We'll try to do better. I think they'll try to do better. I think he can look at that and see that one date is an 8/18 and the other one's 8/14. But you know, we were doing an awful lot of work and people were putting a lot of hours in it. And I'm sorry if that's offensive, but you know, we've been through a lot of this stuff, and sometimes, you know, we can't just always go after the people that brought us to the dance. So, okay, now you can speak, whoever else wants to.
Yeah.
Councilman Johnson.
You know, you can call me Monday morning quarterback, I don't care, you know. Here's the deal, you know, we've got audit findings that we want to try to just eliminate. And we've talked about this at length. And you know, our objective was to get the end card. I mean, that was so important. Still important. We want to stand behind that 100%. But you know, when all these moving parts get going, we also have to stop and look at our responsibilities, you know. We've got a new auditor. We're paying somebody to tell us we got work being performed before invoices and stuff. And look, we just need to seize on the moment, just look at it as an opportunity to get better at what we do, that's all. And I think we can, and I think we should. And, you know, we can't make excuses. I'm sorry, Mayor, I agree with you, you know, we shouldn't be jumping on the step, but at the same time, we all got responsibilities. And it's time for, you know, all of us just, you know, hey, just take that extra step. Because I'm going to tell you that their races were so important to each and every one of these counselors up here. You snap your fingers, we would be in a meeting and we would approve anything you needed us to do. And I think we still would. Hey, just remember we got your back, okay? We do. Just call us, we'll be there for you. Special meetings, because we've had them before and we've been there. And we wouldn't hesitate to do it again, because it's important that the city of Roswell is just responsible with our finances and walk in a straight line. And I mean, it was a hell of an air show. We did a great job there, and we look forward to doing more. We just can't let the moment get caught up in the moment and forget our responsibilities to the taxpayers of Roswell. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, sir. Any further comments?
Call for the question, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so we have a question to ratify and to pay item 29, which is ratification of PO 22-600879 to Desert West Enterprises in the amount of $171,992.72 for paving for the entry drop-off.
We need to vote on the call for the question. He called for the question.
I'm sorry, okay.
So we need to have a vote on that.
Okay. If the clerk could call the roll on the call for the question.
Counselor Johnson?
Yes.
Counselor Oropesa?
Yes.
Counselor Moore?
Yes.
Counselor Corn?
Yes.
Counselor Cortez?
Aye.
Counselor Hildenbrand?
Aye.
Counselor Maruco?
Yes.
Counselor Arnold?
Yes.
And Mr. Mayor, for the record, Counselor Halverson left the meeting at 10:10 Mountain Standard Time.
10, okay, so by a vote of 8, it was close, 8 in the affirmative and none in the negative. So now we can move on. Okay, so we have been called the question, so now we're back to item 29. On a motion by Councilor Corn, seconded by Councilor Maroonho, to approve PO number 22-600879 to Desert West Enterprises in the amount of $171,992.72 for paving entry drop off and walkway to the national championship air races. Clerk will call the roll.
Counselor Johnson?
Yes.
Counselor Oropesa?
Yes.
Counselor Moore?
Yes.
Counselor Corn?
No.
Counselor Cortez?
Aye.
Counselor Hildenbrand?
No.
Counselor Marujo?
Yes.
Counselor Arnold?
No.
So what was our vote there? Is it?
It's 3 no's.
So 5-3,
Yes, sir.
and we needed, a majority of all the governing body, we had to have 6.
Yes.
Therefore, the motion does not pass.
Mr.
It
Mayor,
will not be paid.
Mr. Mayor,
Excuse me.
I will recast my vote.
If it-
To an aye.
Yes.
Okay, 3-2.
Mike, can I ask the question?
Yes,
What
ma'am.
would happen if that didn't, since that's a bill that we have to pay? What would happen if we had the 5-3 and nothing, we
The bill
don't,
will not be paid.
so we don't pay the bill till next month or something,
right.
or something and come back?
That's right. If it was 5-3.
Wow. And one more other question, is it illegal to ratify it after, is it illegal, would that be Mr. Cole? Or
No,
the
it's not.
mayor, it would not, illegal. So he's not doing something wrong, right?
Is she back?
It is a contract, it only needs a majority. I'm not talking to them.
Okay.
No, it just takes a
So,
majority.
it just takes a majority, it's not an ordinance or
So
resolution.
it's a 5-3.
My vote then stays a no.
Okay, so so it's not illegal to do what, for you to ratify after the fact? Because, like you said, some of the designs was made later, the money came in later. And to me, Mr. Corn, you'd probably question more if he'd come in and say, well, maybe on the September, if we have some money, then maybe we can pay. You'd have probably been more mad about that than coming in afterwards when he has the money. So I just wanted to know if it was illegal. If what he did was illegal, then I don't think he should have been jumped on, don't shoot the messenger, kind of thing. I think that was really disrespectful to talk to him like that in an open forum. If you had an issue with that, I think you should have took care of that with him afterward. I think that was really rude and disrespectful to talk to this young man in this open forum like that. When he followed the rules that we've been allowing them to do all this time. I can see if it had never happened before, but the ratification after the fact has happened many times. So, that's my opinion, and that's just all. That's it. I just feel I think that was just.
Can I respond to that for just a second?
Yes, Counselor.
Yeah, you have a
I'm
right to,
not,
'cause
I'm
I
not
called your name.
questioning the legality of this, but it's a long way from best practices.
I get you. That's why I didn't know if it was legal. That's why I wanted to ask that first. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm sorry for my words inside.
For item 30, approve. For the next item, item 30, approve the ratification of appeal at 22-600, 829 to J&G Electric in the amount of $252,442.57 for electric equipment to provide power to the grandstands for the national championship air races. Councilman Corn.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I move to approve ratification appeal 22-600-829 to J&G Electric for $252,442.57. And Mr. Chairman, or Mr. Mayor, I'm not gonna ask all those questions. I think I've made the point. There's a process, we're not following the process. That's my motion.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilor Corn.
Second.
By Councilor Corn, a second by Councilor Moore. Any further questions? Okay, so we have a motion to approve item 30, the ratification of PO number 22-600829 to J&G Electric in the amount of $252,442.57 for electric equipment provided to the grandstands of the National Chip Air Races. So, any further comments? Clerk will call the roll.
Counselor Johnson?
Yes.
Counselor Lopeza?
Yes.
Counselor Moore?
Yes.
Counselor Corn?
No.
Counselor Cortez?
Aye.
Counselor Hildebrand?
No.
Counselor Moore?
Yes.
Counselor Arnold?
No.
I voted 5 to 3, motion passes.
Okay, by a vote of 5 in the affirmative, 3 in the negative, item 30, which is the approval of ratification of PO 22-600829 to JD Electric, amount of $252,442.57 for electric equipment to the grandstands, the air races, National Championship Air Races has passed. Next, we have item 31.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move we approve ratification of PO 22601020 to J&J Electric for the amount of $77,321.86. This is boring for the services, right, okay, got it. That's what
Okay, this is, we have a motion by Councilman Corn, and seconded by
Second.
Johnson. And, so we have a motion to approve item, PO number 2260012020, mounted to J&G Electric for $77,321.86. Is there any further discussion?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Hildebrand.
Mr. Mayor, I brought this up 30 days ago at Finance Committee about the process. And at that point in time, I made a statement, I'm sticking by my statement, that I would vote no on ratifications. Not against the problem, but not against the projects, but it's the process. And I'm going to stand by my word. Because I owe it. We were elected as a governing body, and we are charged by the community to oversee the finances, and I find it an insult that that's been taken away from us. And it should not be taken away from us in the future. So, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Is there any further comments?
Mr. Mayor,
Council Cortez.
just quickly say that every day I get notifications from Todd, our public affairs officer. I know everything that's going on in the city very quickly from him. I appreciate that. I know when people are stabbed, things are, police are responding and fire. And I think what I hear, I think what we want to say is that city councilors are city employees as well, right? We have a different role. We don't do the hard work that you guys do, but we do have a different role. And I just think that it's not us versus staff. We're part of staff. We just have a different role in the system. We really, truly do. And I know we've been really responsive to special meetings. I know I've attended every single one that we've had. I think that's somewhere we could work on, and that's my thought. So that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I'm done. Thank you. God.
Okay, any further discussion? Motion by Councilor Corn, seconded by Councilor Johnson, for item 31 to approve the ratification of PO-22600120 01020 to J&G Electric for $77,000 for boring of the grandstand. Clerk will call the roll.
Counselor Johnson,
Yes.
Counselor Oropesa,
Yes.
Counselor Moore,
Yes.
Counselor Corn,
No.
Counselor Cortez. Aye. Counselor Hildebrand,
No.
Counselor Marujo,
No.
Counselor Arnold,
You say no, you have to vote yes.
No, Marujo voted no. He voted no.
I'm sorry.
Councilman Marujo voted, he voted no.
They won't get paid.
Well, it's all right.
So that makes
That'll
us
change
worse,
the
that
vote.
our city
I'm not gonna
doesn't
take
pay
this,
bills?
I'm not gonna do this to the vendor.
The city, they don't pay their bills.
Christina has voted.
Well,
Council
Christina
Arnold.
voted. She always gonna say no, she always said no.
I did not.
Oh, you did it?
No, I didn't. And I don't like being put in this position at all. That's the second time that you people have done this to me.
Who's your people?
Go ahead
I'm
and
talking
vote.
to the administration. This is just downright wrong.
Vote, that's perfect.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor,
yes. Counselor Hildebrand, she said yes.
hmm?
The vote is 5 in the affirmative.
Who said yes?
She did. Christina also.
Okay.
So those people get paid.
So, Mr. Mayor, just to be clear, this kind of action doesn't require the 6 vote?
It's not an ordinance or a resolution, so it's just the majority of the members present.
Is that the majority? Council, not the president of the council.
Okay, so next we have the city manager. If you please give us a few reports. Something light and lovely.
Yes, sir. Mayor Jennings, members of the council, thank you for ratifying those POs. As you know, we will give Mission Impossible to have those air races ready. Is this better?
Yeah, it's really quiet.
Yeah.
There you go.
As you know, we were given Mission Impossible to get those air races ready and 47 acres paved, new driveways, et cetera, et cetera. FAA backing us up to September 2nd with their approval of those bleachers, which dictated the placement of the electrical, all of those issues. So I appreciate your ratifying those POs for us tonight so those vendors can get paid. This was a citywide effort, as you mentioned, and as many people have said tonight and previously, it took all of the city and several departments to get that done. I won't belabor the point. We also met with the county today, several of us, to discuss emergency manager going forward. The county has hired its own emergency manager personnel, and right now we have a joint powers agreement that's listed in our financial audit as well. It goes way back to the 1990s with the county where we split costs for an emergency manager. They have indicated to us that in the new fiscal year 27, they will no longer be split funding those costs with us. So we just want to make sure that's clear, so we're not back and forth, and we have a full budget for next year when we contemplate that. So we did clarify that with the county today. We will be meeting, the staff, the finance staff and I will be meeting with Chris Gardner. He is our auditor from our previous auditor. Of course, we have a new auditor in Audrey Armio for our current audit of the financial statements. But I want to predicate that because the fiscal year 24 audit is outstanding to this day. It is holding us up. That affects our bond rating. That affects our ability to get grants. I just want to make it clear so that staff and council are aware of this. forward. But we are meeting with Mr. Gardner every week until we get this completed and submitted. As Councilor Hildenbrand knows, coming from an accounting background, CPA, the previous auditor has to share their work papers with the new auditor coming in. So I need Mr. Gardner to finish that audit, share his work papers, so we can continue forward, and so we don't pick up a late audit finding for the latest audit that our new auditor is working on. So I just want to make that clear to everyone. No surprises. A real quick update on the implementation of financial accounting software for the entire city. We've beat this horse to death. We know that Tyler is not a good software system. It's not very well supported, and updates are not very timely either. Lots of problems with Tyler. We're moving on to NetSuite's, doing a full implementation of NetSuite's financial software in the current fiscal year. Right now, where we're at with that is crosswalking the chart of accounts for Tyler to shift over to NetSuite's, as has been reported by the previous treasurer and our current finance director. This Tyler software was never set up to the proper chart of accounts. That's one of the issues, one of many, with our accounting records that make it very difficult. So just wanted to update you on that. Right now, we're aligning chart of accounts, crosswalk over. And again, this is something the staff and I are meeting on every week, both on NetSuite's and cleared or OpenGov budgeting software. Certainly don't want to get into a debacle with our budgeting software that we're implementing, and that needs to tie into that same chart of accounts, that same crosswalk as NetSuite's. And I know there's a lot of pressure to start the budget process as early as possible this year as well. So we are working nonstop to make that happen for you as well. Wanted to also make sure everyone is aware that community development is moving to a new building. They are moving out of the existing facility that they've been in. We've encountered a lot of mechanical issues, air conditioner failures, elevator failures, fires in the building, evacuations in the building. We're moving out of that building. That is going to put us down for 2 days in community development. We will release that information a week ahead of time to the public. Maybe the newspaper will help us out a little bit too. We will be closed at community development on November 21st and 22nd to complete the move and complete the IT move as well in setting up the systems in the new building. I just want to make you aware of that. November 21st, 22nd, we're going to be moving. And with that, any questions?
Thank you. Question?
Chad, where's the community development moving to for the
So I should have written down the address, the old Century 21 building directly behind
Kentucky and West.
Biggest Flavors.
Yeah, it won't be far to get donuts.
Yes, Kentucky and
It's close to the donut shop. You know where that's at, don't you?
I'm sorry, I've just been informed I said November. It's October 21st, 22nd.
October.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Chad.
Okay, for anybody on the way home, there was an accident with a fatality at the corner of McGaffey and Union.
Yes.
About an hour and 30 minutes ago, so, I probably wouldn't go that way. You know, I mean, there's a good chance they'll be investigating it, so just for everybody's knowledge. Anything else?
Yeah.